Okay, tēnā koutou katoa. Welcome everybody to our council meeting this morning, 17th of March, 2025. Firstly, just a huge thank you to all the team for their fantastic work and efforts with the level of engagement that we have received. So far, the number of submissions highlights that, and it'll be really good to have the opportunity to hear those that are coming in to council today and also go through the non-verbals. So we do have some apologies, firstly, and we do have some members of our governance team that will be joining us online. So we do have Mayor Gary Kircher, Councillor Cowles as well that will be joining online. So their apologies in person, and also apologies, I understand, from Councillor Tim Blackcliff for lateness. Could anyone moved by Councillor Holding, seconded by Councillor Ryan. Thank you, that is carried. Okay, any declarations of interest? Okay, none. Thank you. So that'll take us directly to point 4.1. Welcome, Ms. Mandy McIntosh. Thank you. I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Halalali. So thank you very much for today. We've got a great response to our feedback. We've had more than 650 submissions to the long-term plan and 5 to the DC policy. I'll take the paper as read for today. We're really excited by that number of response from our community because this does help inform our RTP process, and it's a critical part to hear what our community has to say. And the volume and value of feedback was absolutely really positive to get. Office is proposing, though, that we start with the DC policy submissions first and then move on to the RTP. We only received the 5 submissions to the DC, and then we can move straight into the RTP. With our first speaker will be joining us via Zoom for the RTP hearings. We do, as Deputy Mayor Halalali has mentioned, we do need to keep the schedule as we've got approximately 70 submissions that are being spoken to, so 70 people coming in to speak. And then we've got approximately 600 non-verbal that we need to consider in between speakers, and then we've got some time allocated later in this afternoon for that. But as mentioned, this is a really important part to inform our RTP outcomes, and so it is important that we focus and get through it as much as possible. We have included in this a topic analysis. At this stage in the report, it is just a very high-level analysis, just to give you an overview of what we have received, and we will be providing more analysis for the deliberations when we'll consider things by topic at that point more. For the hearings, we have presented the submissions by full speaker so that you can just focus on that. Obviously, the governance team are to determine whether they accept any late and anonymous submissions as we get to that part. But for now, I think that's all I have to say, unless Mr. Palmer has anything else to add, or Mr. Hope. No. So we can move right over to maybe look at the DC. Sufficient.
Just a quick question, Councillor Hawkins.
Yes, I have a question. I noticed that you're proposing that we discuss the DC policy first, and then there's an introduction to the council hearings. Is it your intention, the material that was presented to us had anonymous submissions and late submissions first? Is it your intention to consider the issue of whether we accept late and or anonymous submissions before we move into the hearing of verbal presentations and the consideration of non-verbal submissions?
That's my proposal, but if you'd rather do that, it makes sense for that to be done prior to starting that consideration of submissions to the RTP. But if you'd rather do them prior to hearing anything discussing the DC, that's totally up to the governance team when you'd like to make that decision on whether to accept the late and non-submissions. Yeah.
Yes, Councillor Holding.
Is there any legalities about what counts as a submission as anonymous? Is that fine?
It's entirely up to the governance team to determine whether they want to accept it. It makes it difficult to consider the substance of what's been presented as anonymous when they don't have a name to it.
Madam Chair, I'm wondering if it would be helpful if we as elected members could deal with the material that's been presented to us, which is astonishingly comprehensive, more than 2,000 pages.
Mm.
It would be helpful, I think, if we could deal with it sequentially in the order that was put to us. In other words, if we could deal with the decision about late and anonymous submissions first before we get to the others.
Sure, would it be appropriate that we just go through the recommendations and that we accept it and then we move through as a formality? Yes, Councillor Thompson.
Madam Chair, if it's of any benefit, I'm quite happy to table a motion that we don't accept the anonymous submissions, but that we do accept the 5 late submissions.
Okay.
I'm prepared to pay some compassion to that, but the anonymous ones, I don't sit here with Mr. Anonymous on my name badge, so I don't think that they deserve any consideration.
Okay, so there's a motion there, Councillor McCone. Okay, seconded by Councillor McCone. So that is actually recommendation number 3, that we there's an amendment there. Anyone want to speak to that?
Yes, I do. Madam Chair and officers, the concern I have about this is that the material put in front of me identifies a number of submissions as anonymous, and yet in every instance, well, almost every instance, they are a name is provided. Respondent number 1, login anonymous, full name Simon Berry. Respondent number 2, login anonymous, full name Ray Henderson. So if those submissions do in fact come with a name, on what possible basis can they be deemed to be anonymous?
Thank you,
So,
Councillor Hopkins.
I think just to clarify this one, anyone with a name on it is not anonymous. They've got a name on it. I think it's the way that the file has been generated because they don't have a log on for the platform that we use for consultation. But if it's got a name on it, it's not anonymous. It's only the ones that have no name on it that we're considering anonymous here, which are in the anonymous section.
Thank you for that, Mr. Palmley. Councillor Ryan?
Just a question. How confident are we of the submissions that are named and with contact details are legitimately the people that they say that they are? Are there any?
So the Let's Talk platform, where we did receive a number of submissions via hard copy as well, and we put all of those into the system. The Let's Talk platform provides a response back to submitters to say thank you for your submission. So even if they put it in but had an email, they still had that. So there probably would have been a number of bounce backs on some of the emails, but some people just naturally give the wrong wrong email. We are as confident as we can be. We have to put our faith in the community on this as much as possible, and we've done that. But yeah, those that have opted to be anonymous, that sort of states it's fairly clear. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Councillor Ryan. So there's still that motion that lies on the table. Are we ready to just put that through to a vote?
I'm happy to support that. Madam Chair, I've already said there's only 5 emails that are totally or submissions that are totally anonymous and can't be attributed to someone, and I believe they should be disregarded.
Okay, those in favour? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Does that take us back to the recommendations? There's 3 others. Do we need to accept or receive and note this and then we can move through?
Apologies, not being a governance advisor, I can't direct you on that properly, but
And we won't be able to receive and discuss them unless we accept these recommendations as they're taken. I'm looking at recommendation number 1. That's on page 6 of our agenda. Receive and note the community feedback following consultation on the draft 2025 policy on development contributions and financial contributions in the draft 25 to 34 long-term plan. Do we need to take them one at a time, or are we happy and comfortable to go with those less motion 3? The second one, agree to receive and consider any submissions that were received after the closing date of the engagement period for the consultation process outlined. So that is accepting the late submissions, which Councillor Thompson had acknowledged previously. And then number 4, throughout this process, we would be open to providing guidance to officers on the consideration of feedback received through the community engagement and additional information sought that will be provided for the deliberation that will be held on the 31st of March and the 1st of April. Are we happy to move these recommendations before we can proceed?
Madam Chair, I don't think we can move number 4, certainly. We may be able to, nor for that matter, can we receive and note the community feedback following consultation on the draft 2025 policy on DCs and financial contributions. Prior to doing so, that recommendations 2 and 3 have been dealt with Councillor Thompson's motion, but recommendations 1 and 4 should come at the conclusion of our deliberations after we've actually considered the submissions rather than in advance. It's impossible for us to provide guidance to officers on the consideration of feedback until we've heard the feedback. Without hearing the feedback, how can we possibly provide the guidance? So I suggest those 2 should wait.
Is anyone in agreement with that, or do you want to just move them now? Councillor Thompson?
Madam Chair, I think we're actually confusing 2 things here. We're going through a process where we're going to receive these submissions, and on the basis of what we received and deliberations, we can then chart a way forward and give staff guidance as to what is required. So I don't think that it's that prescriptive that we can't adopt these now as a plan going forward, but we're simply not going to be Councillor Hopkins is correct. We're not going to be in a position today to offer guidance because we need to actually hear the information. The only other thing I'd like to say at this stage is that the submission or the information went out with a council preferred option. People need to be aware that that was a requirement of the audit department and does not necessarily reflect the opinions of councillors or suggest that there's any predetermination. I have just invested 3 days of my life to read these submissions and try and formulate what the community are telling us. And I would totally resent any assertion that we've started from a predetermined position.
Thank you for that, Councillor Thompson. All we're doing is just outlining an approach to take for today, but definitely taking on board Councillor Hopkins' views that during this process, then we won't be able to provide guidance until we hear them. So that is accepted. We just need to move on because we have a big day today, and I don't want to be hung up on some of the minor technicalities. I think we just need to kick straight into this. So is there an appetite to just accept these and then continue, or do you want to wait and defer this until the end?
Madam Chair.
Through the chair, thank you.
Awesome.
Yep.
Madam Chair, having listened to Councillor Thompson, I think he's probably right. We don't need to move 2 and 3 because he's already preempted that with the earlier resolution. I would be happy to move recommendations 1 and 4 on page 6 of our agenda.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Thompson, anyone speak against? Okay, those in favour?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. All right, so those recommendations are accepted with the amendments to the 2 and 3 that were previously discussed. All right, thank you, Ms. McIntosh.
And just letting you know, we have our first speaker just waiting in the waiting room, so for the RTPs.
Are we able to confirm the pages that we are on? Bear with us, those that are online. We're just trying to confirm the ordering of our pages.
Here we go, I think this is it, page. Well, that's the two of you, isn't it? Now, which in-
No, I think she's saying straight to this because we're always.
All right. Okay, just for our information, we're going to go straight to the LTP Council hearing submissions, just due to the time frame. In the pages, page 37.
It's actually page 35. But it's not, it's page 35 plus 53 pages.
Yeah, it's actually page number, get it 35.
Okay,
Are they waiting?
so that'll be 75.
So we're gonna.
Okay, is everybody on the same page? I just want to be clear, we're all on the same page and we are comfortable with where we're at the moment. Okay, I think we are. All right. We will like to welcome submission number 562, Yvonne Schultz.
Hi there,
Welcome, Morena.
Morena. I'm looking to speak or ask questions to a few topics. So I'll quickly go through them. My first one is topic 3, infrastructure investment. My concern is that the rural stormwater seems to be in no man's land between WDC and ORC, and I understand that regardless of the water ownership structure, the rural stormwater will continue being the ongoing responsibility of either of those. More action is required, future-proofing for the projected more climate change weather-related events. And us farmers in our waterlogged, highly productive soils deserve better than the current haphazard approach to the rural stormwater infrastructure, the current infrastructure by WDC and ORC. So that's my first comment. On topic 4, regarding the penguin colony, my question, which doesn't have to be answered today, is would an organisation like DOC be interested in operating the Oamaru blue penguin colony? It would be good to divest the cost of the operation to an appropriate central government organisation, and Waitaki could reap the benefits from tourists visiting. That's a further comment I have there. Topic 5, under council property. In the proposed district spatial plan, has there actually been any land identified for community social housing? It's crucial that it is, if it hasn't been, because it doesn't just magic up, and we don't want to be in a situation thinking coulda, woulda, shoulda. So, sorry, I go back to moving on to topic 7, council housing. Does the Waitaki District Council have an integrated strategic plan to cater for the projected ageing population increase, which will be happening while fewer of us will own our own homes into the future and more of us will require aged care. The integration, I believe, would need to happen with Te Whatu Oro or Health New Zealand. And again, the areas would need to be identified in the proposed district spatial plan. Topic 8, holiday rentals. How will long-term renters be better catered for? Which is a comment that was made in the booklet for the long-term plan, Let's Talk. If council charge a commercial fee for holiday rental accommodation providers, as that money is being suggested as being set aside for tourism, tourists will choose the style of accommodation that suits them best. But the long-term renters, again, identifying areas in the proposed district spatial plan that meet criteria for long-term rental housing, blocks of apartments and papakaianga, I believe is essential, because there's going to be more renters going forward. Topic 10, fees and charges. It was really disappointing that the link to the development contributions and financial contributions was not accessible. I believe that it should have been more accessible so that we were able to understand the sizes of the increases that are being proposed, and this is our only chance
Thank you,
to
Ms.
do
Schultz.
so.
Sorry to, apologies to interrupt. We've had a bell that the time, that your time
Okay.
has come.
Okay. So yeah, just on what is the potential impact on the rates for the remissions that have been suggested? Thank you for your time.
Oh, no, thank you for your time, putting that submission in. You raised some valid questions, and that's something that we can take into consideration. We may not be able to answer all of them, but this is just a chance to hear from you. So I really appreciate you taking the time to make the submission.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All the best.
Okay, I am mindful that we're running 5 minutes late, so this is going to cut into the non-verbal time while we try and play some catch up. We do have submission 579, Mary O'Brien on behalf of CCS Disability. Good morning. You're on mute. I can lip read, but not that well. Okay, bear with us as we try and sort out how to hear you. Are you able to unmute yourself, please? Sorry, we still can't hear. We don't have any audio on our end.
Hannah, can you hear me? I'm just checking whether there is audio coming into the chamber.
We can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So it's just Mary's end.
Sorry, Mary, we still can't hear you. You can hear us, but we still can't hear you, I'm afraid, Mary. We can try and reschedule you to a later time if that suits, if you can hear me.
I don't think she can.
I think she's typing in there.
I don't think she can hear us.
That message, what's the message?
Mhm.
Reschedule.
Oh, thank you very much, Mary. Thank you for your patience. We will reschedule it and we'll make sure that we can hear you. Okay, thank you. We'll hear from you very soon. Thank you. Okay, do we have Jackie Eggleton available and ready to go? Morning, Jackie. How are you? Can you hear us?
Good, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, nice and clear. So, Jackie, you'll be speaking on behalf of CCS Disability.
I am indeed. Yes, the plan was for Mary to go in front of us, and then myself and my son to follow on afterwards. But anyway, we'll start anyway. Mary wanted to talk about exactly the same thing that I wanted to talk about. So this is my son Zane, and he'll talk in a minute. We'd like to talk about, it's not part of the questions, but we'd like to see an equity and inclusion policy put in place by the Waitaki District Council. Upon speaking to other chairs from other disability action groups, it's been brought to our attention that the Waitaki District Council is one of the few councils that do not have an equity and inclusion policy in place. We believe that from having an equity and inclusion policy will help sustain the relationships that we've already built with the council. We'd like to thank the Mayor, Gary, Mike Harrison, Jason Everett, Cindy Christensen, and Eric van der Spink for their willingness to work and consult with CCS. A good example of working together was the painting of the farmers market car parks, where Eric contacted us so we could get the best position for the wheelchair car parks. But unfortunately, we're not always consulted about things to do with accessibility. The OMI Park toilets was an example where we weren't consulted. And unfortunately, that cost the council a small amount of money to put in a new pathway so people with disability could actually get out of their cars safely. So from having an equity and inclusion policy in place, hopefully would eliminate some of those problems. The next one I'd like to talk to you about is my beautiful dog, Ruby. Unfortunately, passed away last year, but as you can probably appreciate, many people with disabilities are on a low income, being able to work because of their disability, therefore having to live on a benefit or low income. This also includes carers looking after people with disabilities who are unable to work due to the needs of the person they are supporting. CCS Disability Action would like to see the council offering the ability to pay off monies owing to the council in weekly or payments that suit the community, rather than having to make one lump sum as is the case at the moment. Last year, I was struggling to make ends meet as I'm on a supported living payment due to being unable to work because of the needs of my family. My dog registration came due for payment, and I was unable to pay it at the time. So I was fined $300 for not paying it in time, and rightly so, as I was late with my dog registration. I decided to pay the council $50 a week, and this was all my budget could extend to, only to have my $50 refunded each week. And I was told the council does not have the system to allow for part payments. Only full payments of accounts can be received. This went on for several weeks, and my outstanding balance of $300 was handed to the courts for enforcement payment, which has now affected my credit rating. I find this very unfair, As I was trying my best to pay the fine, but the council system limited my ability to pay, and my credit rating was affected. We also have a lady who had the same problem with cemetery fees, and she was unable to pay off the cemetery fees when her husband unexpectedly passed away. So we'd like to be able to have that provision to pay off council fees. Right, my son Zane would like to talk to you. Hopefully we don't go over time with Zane, but go Zane.
Good morning. My
Thank you,
name
Jackie.
is Zane.
Can everyone hear Zane?
Can he speak up a wee bit louder, please?
Yeah,
Yeah, off you go, Zane.
good morning. My name is Zane.
Can you hear him?
What?
Go Zane, just keep going.
Well, good morning. My name is Zane, and
Really loud.
I am the member of CCS Action Voice and Actual Group for Waitaki, and I would like to talk to you today about the VNZ building and the footpaths in Omarama.
Can you hear Zane?
Yes, we can.
Great, great. Keep going, Zane.
I am going to start talking to you
Loudly.
about the BNZ building, and I am hoping that the council will include fixing the entrance to the BNZ building in the long-term plan last year. Me, my mum, and Peter met with the BNZ and the council, but how our members are feeling very uneasily when using walkways,
walking sticks
or walking frames,
requiring
support workers to walk backwards holdings on the person's walking frame.
keeping it steady
To stop the walking frame from running away on the person holding
onto the walking frame.
holding onto the walking frame. People who drive a mobility scooter must drive on an angle to prevent
Yeah,
falling over
yeah.
when the entranceway is installed by the Waitaki District Council. It was
Yep.
to not
When the entranceway was measured by the Waitaki District Council, it was found
to not
meet
meet the requirement standards, and the Waitaki District Council has signed off on the
incorrect gradient
when the building work was done back in 2014 on the 21st of May 2014. CCS Disability Action was advised that the Waitaki District Council voting team are going to fix the entrance. Was given an error type was made by the council when signing off the original works and carrying out these works in the 2024 and 2025 season to the date.
Oh well, hang on, we're signed off on the incorrect gradient when the building work was done in 2014. On the 21st of May, CCS Disability Action were advised that the Waitaki District Council roading team are going to fix the entranceway given the error was made by the council when signing off on the original works, and will carry out these works in the 2024 season. To date. Go there, Zane.
To date, the work has been
Not
not
being done.
done, and we have held nothing more since.
And we've heard nothing more since.
CCS Disability Action Voice and Action Group and myself could like to see the work carried out to fix the entranceway to the BNZ building urgently to prevent a nasty fall happening.
Well done. I love
going.
this is the next part. I love going
for drives to see the power station at Lake Memoir, but I don't like the footpaths at Omarama. CCS Disability Action Voice and Regroup and my friends' side of the road
would like to see the footpaths in Omarama upgraded or installed depending on the side of the road. Start there. We are
fully aware that the Omarama small town has two state highways joining together, and helping will be needed from the NCTA, but this doesn't not introduce safety briefing from having
full
action
accessible
paths when the crossing from side of the town,
from the south side of the town to the north side of State Highway 83, where the curb cutting is, you are met with
muddy ground.
ground, and you are face to face with the fence of the local pub.
Joining a wheelchair will be impossible that
At that,
curb cutting.
yeah,
When Mum talks to they will only walk on the side of the
talk to the ladies at the age concern meeting. She was told when the locals are going for a walk crossing, you go take from there.
crossing, the State Highway, but out of a pedestrian crossing on the north side of State Highway 83, there is no footpath.
So the ladies that from the age concern meeting, they will only walk on the side of the road that their house is on, because there's no pedestrian crossings, and they're anxious and very nervous about crossing the road. That's what we're trying to say there.
Thank you for that, Jackie and Zane. You've got about 30 seconds.
Yes,
left.
wait, we've only got about 30 seconds to go. Good. Okay, do you want me to finish from here, Zane?
Yeah.
Yep. On the north side of State Highway 83, there is no footpath, and this is the side the Amarama Community Hall is on. The building is used as a community hub with a lot of community clubs meeting there, including the doctors, which means without a footpath, those with accessibility needs cannot get to the doctor easily. I'd like to, or Zane would like to invite you all to have an ice cream and a chat with CCS Disability Action tomorrow afternoon from 2 p.m. at the Lowest Thames Street new footpath layout, as we love this new space and we want to say goodbye to summer. Right, you do that last line, Zane, and then we're finished.
Thank you for listening to me and have a great day. I think it's going to be a hot day, Zane.
Yeah, well done. Thank you. That is our submission.
Oh, well done. Thank you so much for taking time. Thank you, and well done, Zane. For that, we heard you loud and clear. And then we've got a couple of comments here from Councillor Linwood and Holding as well.
Thank you, and through the chair, and thank you, Jackie and Zane, for your submission. Just quickly touching on a point in Jackie's submission about the ability to pay off monies owing in amounts that are affordable for everyone. I would really like this to be something that we look into if that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Linwood. Councillor Holding, and then we will need to continue.
Yes, thank you both, Jackie and Zane, for your submission. I just had a similar thought just from the process. I see the payment plans, something that's come up a few times in other submissions as well. So I'll explore that a bit further for you. And the other one to note was just the public toilets at Aomara. It's good to hear that with the feedback, and just for process, so we officers taking notes for some of the questions that are raised today to bring back to deliberations.
Yeah, no, that's great. We'll take one more from Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, very quickly, Jackie, thank you for your submission, and Zane.
Thank you.
You mentioned equity and inclusion policy. Does CCS have any draft of such a policy that we could consider? Or
Yes.
are you aware of other councils that have them that you might be able to supply to us?
Yes, I'm sure we can definitely get hold of some policies that that other councils have, for sure. Definitely. Yeah. We'll look into that. I'll check with Mary O'Brien, who's going to talk about exactly the same thing. So when she comes back, that would be a good question for her.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Zane.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and welcome to Mr. John Chetwin, who we have in person in the chambers. Okay, there's a microphone on and you can turn that on so we can hear
Thank
you
you.
sing. Yeah, thank you. So there will be a bell that will ring
Yeah.
when you have one minute left. Thank you.
I'm not sure whether I'm addressing the Dalek in the middle there or people, however. I've got 2 points, so I'll be brief. The first is, and it's all in relation to the coast road or the beach road proportion of it. First point is finish the job that you started. The situation at present is rather like a man visiting his mother who's in hospital for an appendix operation, to be told by the surgeon that They removed the appendix, but they're not going to bother stitching her up because she's getting old and there's a few other compromises to her health that probably don't make it worthwhile. So I finished the job. Second point, think about the coast road as a whole, from Oamaru to Waianakarua. Its value lies in the entirety of it. A road, after all, is a route to somewhere, and that means having two ends. So when you consider the future of this particular portion of the coast road known as Beach Road North, look at it in the context of the whole, not on its own. Chopping the coast road up into segments and closing them bit by bit, which was a strategy that was proposed by the council some 15 years ago, and to all intents and purposes seems to exist today. The evidence is there. Means that the value is lost almost from the beginning. So think of it as a whole. Think of the context of the value that the road brings, the services it provides, the services that could provide, the potential in it, which isn't realised at the moment. Can you imagine the Clutha and Southland District Council closing the Cathlins Road because of a few slips? So that is my submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comments quickly from our councillors or those of us around here? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you for a very succinct summary of the situation, John, and I'd just like to go back to what I said earlier around council's alleged preferred options. It certainly, from my point of view, is not a predetermined issue, and I have welcomed the amount of submissions on this over the last few days as I've read it.
Thank you for that. We have another comment from Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, John, thank you very much for the submission. And your comment at the end about the actual cost on an annual basis of maintaining the road, you calculated as only 50,000 to 238,000 per year over the period. But I'm curious to know on what basis, among your bullet points, you talk about the savings in vehicle wear, fuel and people's time compared with travelling to and from business, recreational and residential destinations on the coastal roads via State Highway 1 and radial roads. I'm just wondering on what, have you actually done some calculations? Because I would have thought that the actual travel costs of Route A and Route B, State Highway 1, Beach Road, coastal route, would be more or less the same.
Yes, but to access points on the coast requires travelling from State Highway 1 on what I've described as radial roads to the coast. And that, of course, adds distance in both going out to the coast and coming back again. So to get to the same point from State Highway 1 by radial road, rather than going around the coast, will inevitably be longer and require more kilometres of road to be maintained, considerably more, and presumably upgraded to the standard that the coast road now provides.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think that may be all that we have time for. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for coming in person. Really appreciate your submission.
Thank you.
Okay, just looking at our schedule, this is our opportunity to go through our non-verbal submission. And it looks like that we can go through this until 10:10. When our next submission in person, our verbal submission will be in the chambers with us.
Madam Chair, just a question. I'm wondering whether we could possibly at this stage also consider or devote some time. I noticed that the schedule had us introduce an introduction to the 2025 DC policy at 9 o'clock. I'm wondering if we could consider those submissions now as well.
Thank you for that, councillor Hopkins. I'm just okay. Okay, we have our next submission that's in council. If we are okay to hear him, and then we can carry on with the non-verbal. If that's okay, just so we don't keep them waiting too long. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, let's carry on with the non-verbals. Take your point there, councillor Hopkins. We might try and find time for that during the break so we can schedule that in around the DC policies. Can we have a page number for us to move to the non-verbals until the next non-verbals submitters are ready? So we have a formula 414 plus 30. 35. Okay.
$35.
449. We'll ask our mathematician, councillor Blackler.
Charles.
Okay, we're going to re-break the formula. Okay, so we have
You're on a different submission.
Charles Furman. I presume is that Charles Furman's addressment?
Madam Chair,
yes.
Madam Chair, are we going to take these in groups, bite-sized groups, or?
It would be good to take them in groups of like 1 to 20, for example. And if anyone has any comments for them, I'm still trying to find the page number that we're on.
Madam Chair, I think 1 to 20 is a bit problematic. Merely because they're non-verbal doesn't mean they should essentially be glossed over.
Okay, is everybody on the right page? So we have Mr. Charles True. We're still having some, okay. Bear with us, those that are online. We're just trying to confirm our order. Yes, councillor Ryan.
Thank you. Just wondering, maybe we could go, is it possible to go through in blocks of 5 or 10, just to, because it's a bit easier to catch up on notes, rather than the big chunk, if that could be possible.
Okay, 5 to 10 is our, is where we're landing. Okay, is everyone on the right page, councillor Percival? We're on our non-verbals.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so shall we go through this? So the first one is Charles True. Noting his topic 5, why have you got all this land? I don't think you need it. I'm all for selling. Okay, any questions in regards to the first 5? Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, just a couple of questions. I noticed there's an interesting comment about I think from Logan Johnson saying the council should focus more resources on the restoration and upgrade of the historic precinct as the Netflix filming attested there is demand for it, and then goes on to say we can't proceed with any vanity projects. Arguably, given that we don't even own the buildings in the precinct, that might be deemed to be one. But I also had a question whether other colleagues understood what Elise Anderson was saying. At the end, stop selling our assets. This is topic 11. Also, can you stop doing these district plan things? Haven't we been through several in the last few years? Is this a plan to bombard us with changes so often we lose interest and ignore it? I'm just wondering whether she means district plan or long-term plan or whatever. And also I did feel that James Gluckman's summary of the reasons why we should be looking at a charge on Airbnb's topic 8. I thought that was the most succinct and precise summary of the case for such a charge that anyone's presented in the whole of the submission process.
Thank you, councillor Hopkins. You make some very valid, good points in a summary of those submissions. Any other comments or feedback? Okay, so we're up to submission number 5. 5 to 10. We have Stephen Daly. Susan Daly.
I was interested in Beth Strickland's comment that penguin tourism is probably at its max, and I wouldn't agree with that at all, but it's interesting that people might actually think that. The other thing that comes through, I think, very clearly in all of the submissions, and we really need to deal with this in terms of how we respond, both to the written ones and the verbal ones and the non-verbal ones. People seem to think that the council wants to sell halls, and they seem to think that we have some ability to essentially override a local community and just sell a hall because we feel like doing it. And we clearly have failed to communicate the fact that the halls are essentially owned by small groups of ratepayers who pay the totality of the charges and who ultimately control the future or determine the future of those halls. But it's clear from the number of people who say don't sell them, leave them alone, that people have misunderstood what we were trying to do and what the issue is. And we really have a major communication matter, and I think in that respect.
Thank you for that, councillor Hopkins. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you. Just further to Councillor Hopkins' point, I think there was really interesting some comments in Mel Duff's submission around halls, and I guess whether there's value in putting more effort into Union Club rooms or the Takarahi Golf Club versus Napara Hall, and actually looking at those different facilities and what might be a bit of value of being a community space in those areas.
Thank you. Good points raised. We have Mia Gary Kutcher.
Morning, everyone. Yeah, I was going to raise the comments that Mel Duff had put in there too, because that we know Napara Hall is very little used, and that people are increasingly seeing the club rooms there as their gathering point, and in fact we've used it a number of times ourselves for consultation with the community. So yeah, really good. I don't know that I don't think it's fair to say people have misunderstood the situation. I just don't think we've been as clear as we could have been around the fact that we know there's a lot of halls that are well used, that will be valued by the community, and there's no intention to sell or anything like that. What it was is the people who are contributing rates to a particular hall, are they happy that their money goes to that hall, or would they prefer something different? So yeah, we just need to be, I think, just clear on some of that. I think overall the engagement's been really great. I think too many people have been scared into making a submission because they were concerned we were going to sell their hall out from under them.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, we're up to submission 9. Any other queries, 9 to 10?
I just think again, it would be remiss of us if we didn't notice. I noticed Bruce Smith's comment on topic 11, and it echoes. There's a lot of people saying, can't afford it, I might have to sell my house, people are moving out. Clearly there's a very strong undercurrent in the community of aversion to the costs. And people are actually articulating genuine hardship as a result of some of those costs.
Thank you for that. Yeah, Councillor Blacklock.
Thank you. Just same submitter, Mr. Smith, on topic 7. There's some broad statements made around council housing and those that are in the premises. I'd like to, it's probably not something that can be answered right now, but I'd like to understand the level at which MSD can assist in various scenarios, and also what our kind of screening testing approach is to allowing admissions into these council housing units.
Thank you, Councillor Blacklock. I know that some of our team in community development are doing a bit of work on that in the background. It would be good to get some updated information just in terms of the assessments for government subsidies, but also we're mindful that council is not eligible for those subsidies as well, the tenancy subsidies, if you're not listed as a CHIP, community housing provider. At the moment, the government are not issuing them south of Christchurch, which, it makes it challenging for us as well. But it's good to get some updated information if possible. Mr. Hope, were you wanting to make a comment?
I think just, the team went through quite a comprehensive exercise when we made the sort of decision to move the rents by quite a significant amount. So we worked very closely with MSD and with the residents to try and maximise the claims that they could actually make with MSD. And so we try to make help where we can.
Thank you for that, Mr. Hope. Okay, we do have a signal that we have one of our submitters online. So we have Otto, submission number 546. Oh, sorry, Nigel.
Yeah,
welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about our submission and the proposed long-term plan.
And Chair, sorry,
Okay, so
Can
for
we
that.
just hold on for a moment until councillors actually get the page, please?
Oh, that's nice one. Oh, good.
Okay, everyone okay? All right, I think we're ready to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, on the transparency, it's stated that the average increase in rates is 10.3%. But because of the general rate goes up from 0.6 to 0.8, the rural rates are going up between 15 and 25%, but it's a huge increase. There's not really an explanation why it is like this and where those increases are being spent on. So on the three waters, we have on the opinion to stick to option B on the current situation. In the foreseeable future, that's the most cost efficient. And yeah, we think there's been improvement in the way service being delivered and the planning of it. So we're quite confident, and I think it's better to keep it under council control. Also, yeah, a new entity could borrow more, and it might look good on the council books, but it's still going to be paid for by all the ratepayers. So that's why we choose for that option. We support the introduction of watering metering. I think it encourages more efficient use of water. Plus, I think it makes the management of the system more efficient, because you know where the water goes and where the issues are. So that's why we support that. Critical assets like roading, we should push the central government to higher assistance. I think a lot of the road user charges are getting collected by central government, and the council should benefit more on that base to make it more sustainable in the future. Yeah, regarding the beach roads, I think the best option is to close it. I know it's going to have a big impact on some of the local people, but the costs are just too high to maintain it the way it is. And yeah, in the meantime, we could look at changing it, but yeah, it's all got to be financial viable. Promoting of tourism, we think it should be done on a cost benefit basis and not on an open end sort of what is the situation at the moment. You know, a lot of money is getting spent, but we haven't got a clear view what returns are for the community. Yeah, we support asset sales where appropriate. There's no point holding on to stuff which are not any benefit to the council, and it will improve the financial position of the council. On the community halls, yeah, it's sometimes a bit hard subject, but it should be done on, yeah, probably on a minimum use base. So, for example, if a hall is not used more than 4 times a year, we should be looking at maybe at getting rid of it, unless the community can show us how important it is. And yeah, final comment from the agriculture sector, you know, especially the rates, yeah, in our view, they're going up too high, and especially in the context of the proposed district plan. What's going to have, there's a lot of money being spent on it, and it's going to have quite a negative consequences for quite a few property owners. And I think, yeah, for the economic well-being of the district, that hasn't been that beneficial either. So that's just my final comment. So yeah, thank you for, listening to me. Any questions?
Thank you for that, Mr. Billings.
Yeah.
Yeah, taken on board. I appreciate your submission. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I have a couple. That's the first one might be for our own officers. Is RFED Farmers correct that this increase in the general rate has had a disproportionately adverse effect on farming or farming properties? And secondly, Otto, you talk about Beach Road, and you say the council has little option but to close it. We've had a submission from 2 farming families,
Yeah.
both of whom depend on that road for access to their properties and their continuing farming operations. So it's Federated Farmers in that sense letting down its own members by saying close the road.
Well,
And
there probably wouldn't
making-
be, yeah, sometimes you gotta make choices, isn't it? I mean, what I looked at, was it $40 million to maintain it the way it is? What I understood out of it, but I don't know if I'm right about those figures, but that's a lot of money for access for a couple of properties. So I can understand, like that's what I mentioned, you know, I understand the impact on the local community, but yeah, sometimes you gotta make choices. You know, we all gotta do it in businesses. And I understand, yeah, they probably wouldn't be happy with what I'm saying, but yeah, that's, you know, we gotta look at it from a general point of view. So that's why we got a position.
Thank you. We have a comment or question from councillor Blackler, and then we'll go to Otto Doctor, who's waiting online.
That's Nigel, I'm Otto.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. You look the same. That's true.
He's a little more handsome than me.
I just, yeah, I just had a question for Mr. Hope, regarding the first topic on, that Fed Farmers have here on item 2, transparency. What are have there been any shifts in the rating mechanisms or anything in any material way, or is what we're seeing more related to the shift in land values and valuations and such like?
No, it's primarily where the biggest increases in cost are because of, yeah, the rating system is so complex that if like some costs increase but out of proportion to the others, then we'll target certain rates far more than others. So, you know, sometimes if it's the targeted rates, then you certainly the urban areas will see far more of an increase. It's more focused on the district services rate and the general rate then, because most rural properties, they're the main rates that they charge, they'll certainly see an impact. So
the calculation methodology or whatever hasn't really changed. It's what's now sitting within the budgets associated with those.
yeah, that's correct. We haven't touched the rating calculations at all.
Thank you for that. Aroha mai, Nigel, we have you online.
Oh, hi there. Just quickly speaking, looking at the rates examples that are in towards the end of the consultation document, for the Ahuriri property, there's a $5,000 rate increase, and that's entirely on the general rate, which is getting up towards 25%. And we just felt quite strongly that, you know, in that case, if rates in your area, those are benchmark examples, if rates in your area are going up by 1/4 in a single year, your total rates, that would be worth addressing in the consultation document and providing some indication of why that was. Without a rates funding impact statement, we weren't able to figure out what had happened, whether it was a change to the rating system or something big happening with the general rate, because that was the rate that changed.
Thank you for that. We have a question from councillor Ryan.
Thank you. Through the chair, Otto, and your response to the topic number 4 about tourism, economic development, most of your answer sort of focused on tourism, but I was just interested, like with an economic development agency potentially having a real focus on those other sectors that you've mentioned, like small business owners, agriculture, you know, and other industries. Is that something that you'd be supportive of?
Yeah, well, yeah, but similar, you know, it's great to have all those programs, but you know, if you're not doing a proper cost analysis benefits, you know, it's a bit of an open end. You know, it sounds good, but what do we get back for it? You know, and if you can pinpoint it, we support it. But if it's not, yeah, it's pretty vague, and it's a sort of an open end. And we got the impression that's been happening a little bit, but you know, it's.
Thank you for that, councillor McCone.
Look, I'd just like to comment more than anything, and thank you very much for your submission. I'm biased with rural background, as you probably know, but you've highlighted probably one of the issues that have been going on, not this year or last year, probably for the next 10 years. And as a council for the whole district, we've all got to have reasonable inputs and everything else. And I think there's, the time has come for change in the way we do things and collector rate. I'm not quite sure how we do it, but this cost plus system we have at the minute is not healthy. And, you know, you might say, well, the rates are going up $3,000 or $4,000 per property, and there might not sound too much if you take the farming context into a vein that you don't understand how it works. But everybody, including householders, has a mortgage and has other costs sitting out there, and so that cost adding up actually starts to get huge and becomes unaffordable in the finish. So there are some things we've got to look at very closely in the near future.
Yeah, especially for our sheep and beef farmers, they've been really hard hit. You know, it's improving a bit, but it takes a long time for them to get back up their feet. So it's the last thing they want is another rate increase. So
Thank you for that, and thank you also acknowledging Nigel online. We do have a final comment from Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that we need to be very cognizant of the fact that the rural community has been greatly disadvantaged by central and local government decisions over a long period of time. We invested in a economic study of this district a couple of years ago, and it still sticks in my mind that that document showed us that 4% of the economy was driven by tourism and 40% by the rural sector. And I find it very uncomfortable. I'm a farmer as well, but I find it very uncomfortable to drive on roads that are substandard when I know that those roads are carrying cash cows out of the district in terms of generating our income. So we really need to get our thinking caps on.
Thank you for that. I think good question, good comment, good feedback. Thank you very much, Nigel. Appreciate your time, and also to you, Otto.
Thank you very much.
You look different when you look younger as well. So
Thank you
apologies.
very much.
Thank you
Awesome.
very much.
Okay,
Appreciate your
thank you.
submission. Okay, we would like to welcome our next submissions that are in council. We do have Stuart and Robin on behalf of North Otago Tennis. Submission number 408. Just double checking everyone are on the right page 76 on my end. Okay, welcome and thank you.
Oh, thank you and good morning. I'm Stuart, this is Robin. We're from North Otago Tennis. You have our submission in front of you, and just want to point out some key things of our, one being, first I'd just like to say we're sorry, we're looking very tired. We just had our club champs over the weekend, which is one of the biggest club champs we've had in many years. We've had a huge growth in our numbers, particularly around our juniors. One of the things that we suffer from is a very short season compared to other regions. We have a 5-month season because of the grass courts. All of our other regions we play against have a 12-month season, which puts our juniors and our seniors at a significant disadvantage. So we look at other courts in the area. There are no suitable courts for us to play competitively on, and not enough courts in one location. And where there are reasonable courts, there's no facilities. Within our club, we have our junior organisation, our seniors, our masters, and we also welcomed into our club this season our Tongan, Oamaru Tongan Tennis Club as well. Our courts are wearing out. That's our fault. We use them too much over 5 months, and we've got too many people. What we're proposing is for the future of Waitaki and for North Otago Tennis is to put in modern courts that will not wear out and can be used all year round and be safe for our community to use. Safe as in one of the key things I like about our proposal is that shade is from UV for skin cancer. So we're proposing 6 covered courts for the future development of the Chalmers Street to take us where every other region is already. And that's what we're asking for. We need your support.
we realise we've got a lot of work to do to take ourselves forward with this funding. But we need, every person we've spoken to about funding have said, get your council on board first, and then we go forward. Right.
Yeah.
Anything?
No, I think like it's pretty crucial, obviously, for not only just the juniors, just the community in general. I think you know, to have a facility that we can use all year round and accessible to everyone really as well. So I think just for the growth of our game, and not just tennis, like there'll be a lot of other people that will want to use it as well. We've reached out to other people, as you've got noted in our proposal. You know, everyone will get the benefit from using it. We want everyone to use it. So.
Yes, some of the other people that we've spoken to, particularly around the pickleball in Oamaru, they've stalled their numbers. They don't want to grow their numbers at the moment, unfortunately, because they have lack of resources of where to play. I've spoken to them. I've shown them our future plans, our desires, what we need to be, and I've invited them to join us to be part of it. And they just thought they'd been gifted the best thing ever. That's somewhere to go, somewhere to grow.
Yeah, pickleball's actually played on plexi pave overseas, so that's their main surface to play on, not wooden floors. What they're currently doing at the moment. So that's far more suitable to their sport as well.
So I guess we'd like to know if you have any questions for us.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. We do have a question or a comment from Councillor Blacker.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation. You've shared with us the numbers of tennis users, and we've mentioned the other codes that may or may not be interested in using the facility. And I was just wondering if you had an idea about the numbers of the other memberships listed, and also if there are any other kind of potential users that you might not have engaged with yet, but might be looking to engage further with.
Yep. Pickleball have about 120 people go through their court system. They're currently only playing on 3 courts. They're overwhelmed.
Yeah, that's per month, I think.
Yeah, per month. Yeah. So they're trying to play 3 nights a week, and they're restricted on that. They can't do any more.
So basically, I think they have a system where you rock up and pay $5 or something to come and play.
Yeah.
And it's just, it turns up, really, to be fair. So yeah, it's sort of hard to quantify exact numbers with them, but yeah, 120 a month. Yeah, we have reached out to other bodies, community organisations as well. So yeah, it could be a benefit to them.
This type of system is also in Hokitika, where civil defence is listed as an emergency zone to go to in the case of a disaster. I've spoken to civil defence here. They said it would be absolutely wonderful to have something like that available for civil defence. The other thing with the Hokitika setup, the Shade Solutions company have offered
two from North Otago Tennis and 4 from the council to go and have a look at the facility and research it just to see what it looks like.
They've offered to fund that, to take people over there and show everyone what it's all about.
They'll put us up and take us over there and bring us back home again. So, which is a great offer, just to go and research the facility and look what theirs looks like.
Great.
Sorry. And how much would you be requesting from the council? Unless I've missed it somewhere here.
We did not put anything down because ideally you'd say this is such a great idea, we'll fund the whole thing. However, we're prepared to do a lot of fundraising ourselves, but we need reasonably good support from council. 50% would be amazing. 35% will get us a first step.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. I'm just mindful of our time. Thank you very much for your submissions. Really appreciate it. We just have one final comment from Councillor Hopkins that I noticed he had his hand up, unless he's.
Yeah, so based on that last answer, you're hoping we would give you 1.4 million. Is that correct?
It would be wonderful.
The other thing I was just going to ask, you talked about pickleball. And you were speaking quite quietly, and you mentioned a surface or surfaces. What is the nature of the surface you're proposing to use in these 6 covered courts? And is that, are there any other surfaces that might be able to be used by people playing pickleball or similar sports?
The surface is known by PlexiPave, Rebound Ace, SynPave. It's a hard court with a rubberized paint, but it's quite thick, so you get a cushioned surface. That is the surface that's used in all major or most major tournaments that are played on hard courts. All hard courts are played on that for tennis. Pickleball all around the world's played on this surface.
So not a sprung wooden floor.
It's not their preferred option, no.
No. They can do it, and they do it now, but the pickleball skids low and fast. It doesn't bounce properly. They do it. I play it. We do it, but the preferred surface is the one we're proposing here.
Thank you.
That's around the world.
Thank you for that. I think that brings us to the end of this time slot. Thank you so much for your submissions. Really helpful information and well done on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we welcome our next submitter that's in council, Mr. Peter A. Delivery. Welcome. So feel free to turn your microphone on when you have, and then there will be a bell that will be signaled when you have 1 minute left. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Worship, the Deputy Mayor, elected councillors, Alex and others. I'm making an oral submission to the long-term plan because I believe my input has a more impact this way, and due to the method of collating responses shown by the submission acknowledgement email, I'm very pleased that I did. The method of collating responses appears to be limited in the options for recording feedback, which does not give a correct interpretation of what I or somebody else would say, as the option boxes seem to be way too limited. Concerning the water plan, Waiteke's infrastructure is very good since money has been spent ahead of the previous plan on upgrades stemming from the Labor government's proposed Three Waters scheme. There is no need to create another money pit by setting up another independent services company, making ratepayers pay and become more disconnected from the asset we have already as ratepayers paid for. Installing water meters sounds effective, but again, there is a cost, both financially and through technology, which will impinge on privacy and increase the risk of personal data falling into the wrong hands due to Wi-Fi, etc., sending signals through to the council. Installing meters at this stage is outside our means and should be left until debt is reduced and finances are secure. Beach Road. This is a significant asset, especially since tourism is a focus of the Waiteke and Oamaru areas, and the road should be protected more vigorously. Due to the cost of reinstating the road, I thought that this could be deferred. Yet, reading the central government has paid $4 million plus toward Project Reclaim, this money should be used here. I do not support monies going into walk and cycle track along Beach Road. Rather, these costs should be used for reinstalling the road. There are also other costs due to closure. The increase in traffic along Stonewall Road, which is a road being used more because of the closure, is proven unsafe for pedestrians and cyclists, with walkers and cyclists having to stop to avoid being hit by cars, and cars having to stop to allow other drivers travelling in the opposite directions to pass if cyclists and pedestrians coincide with the traffic. The narrowed shoulder is quite dangerous, made even more so by the higher volume of traffic. Ratepayer-owned assets. This should be a rare occurrence, perhaps when selling social housing in order to build more modern homes for those in need. Reserve loan land is not normally for sale. Roading. Oamaru has no public transport, therefore car parking is essential and should not be reduced. The bulbous curbs do not improve safety. They are an unnecessary cost and add clutter to the intersections, are a distraction, and cause difficulties for larger vehicles with beached cars being beached on these islands, which I've seen on more than one occasion. Therefore, do not waste any more money on these. On a positive note, the OMI road resurfacing is a big improvement. The business area is under a lot of pressure due to internet buying, etc. Perhaps changing the designation and allowing and encouraging former shops to become residential accommodation in the main street would be an incentive to revitalise the area and make use of the empty buildings. Keeping our rates to a minimum would also be helpful for revitalising that area. Do not manipulate our streetscape. Lower Thames Street is a business area, not a playground. Due to council's increased debt, unnecessary spending is unwarranted and should be resisted. While I appreciate many of the actions undertaken by council staff over the past few years are due to government directives, nevertheless, I believe many of the changes required by central government must be resisted. We have neither the funds nor see the need for many of the demands made by the government that affect the Waitaki district. Note also, a change in government can cause some of these requirements to be changed, such as what happened to the Three Waters imposition. Not to mention the national government signalling a change to the Resource Management Act, perhaps slow down some implementation of some of the more controversial demands, so time is allowed for some pushback on these issues. The increase in the number of submissions made concerning the long-term plan 2025-34 has been encouraging to read about and is likely to be reflective of the real concern from Waitaki residents, including some due to lack of real transparency and true consultation, where people have timely opportunity to provide some useful alternatives to many very complex issues that you, our representatives, have to deal with. Why should you not want other ideas at workshops? Do not make them secret. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much for coming in person. You're right. It's always good to hear from people that submit and come into the chambers to share that. I'm just mindful of our time. We've room time for one question or comment.
It's not a question, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering, this material that we've heard from you, Peter, is different from the written submission that you provided earlier. If the material you produced this morning was tabled, it could be circulated to us later. But I think because it is different and you add new material, it would be helpful if we could get a copy of what you've read today. In addition to what you wrote earlier.
I'll be happy to do so. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, our next submitter that will be in person is submission 240, Josephine King. Welcome, Josephine.
Morning.
Have a seat. Thank you.
I've just got a small thing. Thank you for this opportunity. I need to put that down. Thank you for this. Oh. Sorry, I just seem to be like. I do home support, so I'm a community home support worker. So I work with a lot of people in community housing, that in an everyday life, and a mother as well of someone in council. So my name is Josephine King Josie. I am speaking on behalf of everyone in council housing, especially people under 65 years of age. As a community home support worker, I am in contact with people in council housing every day that impact any changes have on these people, especially for their medical, mental well-being, is enormous. As a support person, it is part of my role to try and maintain the very best day-to-day living for each person so they can live their very best life as independently as possible and be happy, which is all any of us want. To have a purpose in life Most have difficulty understanding what is going on, and so trying to explain any letters that come, especially from the council, has been into, makes them panic. Therefore, we have to try and keep them on an even keel. As most keep them on, as most are happy living independently in the council housing with maybe a cut, I can't remember writing, with maybe a cat for company, as it gives them a sense of worth, and we are proud to be able to have them their own belongings around them in a safe environment. As a mother, it is a massive impact on any changes the council make. Every letter that arrives, we get a phone call, which impacts our whole family. We are just an everyday family doing the best we can. We have helped our young adult to get independent many different times throughout their life in everyday situations. It is ongoing. To see them finally happy and living their best life and work, helping out in community volunteer work and loving where they live means the world to us. And it just means that like to have affordable housing is really hard, and to have them independent and happy in their life is just everything. That's all I can say. So as a support person and a mother.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much, Josephine. Yeah, what you've done is very brave, and we appreciate your advocacy for those that are in, like in need. And you have highlighted the how critical it is for for housing to be available for everybody. So we
Yeah.
really appreciate the work that you also do in the community as well. We may have time for one more comment. We have Mayor Gary Kircher online.
Thank you.
He may want to ask you something.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, Josephine. Thanks very much for coming in and giving a great submission. It just underlines the importance of community housing, and I really just want to give the assurance that council's not wanting to get out of community housing. We just want to make sure that we can deliver it as well as we can, and if anything, increase it. And if it means we need to have the community housing run by some other not-for-profit organisation, that might be the case, but we know we don't want less community housing, we need more. Thank you very much for taking the time to come and talk to us.
Thank you, absolutely. And the other thing is, like, the council do a wonderful, it's nice as a mother to know that you ring up if there's a problem and it gets sorted. And that takes a lot of pressure off us as a family. So, we really do appreciate what you do too.
Thank you very much, Josephine, for your very heartfelt submission. Any queries, feel free to talk to Councillor Principal as well. He's another good advocate. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, that brings us to our morning tea break, and I think would be appreciating a coffee right now. So thank you to those that are online. We're going to have a wee break, and we will be back at 10:55 with our next submitter who'll be online. Okay, thank you. Okay, welcome again. We've just finished our morning tea break and ready to get back into the second part of our long-term plan submissions this morning. And our next submitter, number 421, Ms. Rachel Thwaites, who will be joining us online. So thank you. And we're on page 101.
Hiya. I'll just keep it short and sweet. I think your plan is off to a really good start. I do think a little more focus needs to go on reducing debt. You talk about maximising value for money for your ratepayers. Why don't you refocus going back on your core services? Look at what you did in the 1980s. Focus on your roads, focus on your water, your wastewater. What I do think you need to do is actually pause your community grant program for a period of 3 years. I also think that you get rid of your community housing. You've only got a small number, pass that on to the services, the other private services that are out there. I also want to say that your ratepayers are being squeezed, like every other ratepayer around New Zealand. Their spending power is being reduced and they will leave the district. If you might think, yeah, someone else will buy their house, but the people who come in, they'll have reduced spending in the community. So you're in a catch-22. Focus, I think you can sell your community housing, your what are they called? The halls. Don't create anything new. Don't do any new nice to have spends. And I think it's important you think about your place in the tourism market and doing your new geo parks and your domes. I've been looking at what you offer. Now, my family had planned to move down into the Waitaki district in 2017. We've done our recce. We were waiting for jobs to come up. I actually own a section up in Lake Ohau, and I am part of the community there. It is interesting to see what money has been spent up there in the Hururi Valley. Yeah, and just pause. That's all. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Rachel, for your submission. Do we have any comments? Thank you. We do have Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Rachel, thank you for the submission. Can I just ask you a couple of questions very specifically related to Lake Ohau?
Yes.
You talk about this issue of people abusing water there, and you also mention the fact that the community hall issue has split the village.
Yes, it has.
And there's been public bullying. Can you amplify any of that for us, please? So that
yes, I can. First, I will just quickly talk about I'll go to your water. I have seen, because we would go down and rent houses, I have seen other people, residents, taking water off the holiday homes to water their gardens. And my husband and I were absolutely gobsmacked. It still happens. And we've seen hoses run to them. We know the houses are empty and we see where the hoses go and they're onto they've been watering private properties. Your next question was about the bullying. That's all stems really from what happened post-fire with the community grants, when a small group of people decided to take the money that was supposed to be spent on the community and decide to put plants and propose a community hall. I got actually personally involved with that because that actually affected me. And I found out I was ostracised through a third party. We've got the people who went up against it. People look away from them. This is from the community trust that do it, the Conservation Trust and the Community Trust, Hub Trust people. They don't invite residents to Christmas do's. They walk away in the street. There's slagging going on. You're talking about a bunch of old people. And it's so disappointing. They're losing they've lost the focus. It is a toxic place to live. As a side point, because I've been through the Christchurch earthquakes, there's a cycle that comes through the disaster and they go through the angry period. I actually think you need to send a psychologist in to sort the people out. And yeah, and as a side point in relation, but yeah, bullying is actually really terrible. And these are old people, and you've got the 60s bracket. Some of them got some private businesses. You know, people have felt personally threatened. I haven't, but I've been told that my views did not matter. I did not have a view before the fire, so we don't care about you. And that was like, yes, it was like a red flag to a bull. I caught the Hub Trust out lying in their documents that they published to the community. I went all the way to the Ombudsman. I went to the Director of Conservation and got that paused. So
excuse me, Rachel, we've just had the bell ring, but I just wanted to acknowledge your submission. Your view does matter. And really appreciate your insights of the community up there. So yeah, apologies for the time. We do need to continue. We do have another person in chambers, but I really appreciate you taking time out to make your submission.
It's a good plan. A little bit of work, but good plan. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much, Rachel. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Okay, and welcome in chambers. We have Mr. Dave Robertson joining us, and that's submission number 627 on page 104. Welcome, Mr. Robertson.
Good morning, everyone. Kia. I'd like to apologise first off for the very obvious typo at the start, where the Kapuni Bridge is 15 years old. Of course, it's 125 years old, and I proofread it too, so that wasn't very well done, was it? I'll start with a wee anecdote. Way back in probably the early 80s, I think it was, when you could do horrendously dangerous things and get away with them. You can't now. There was a really big flood. The two floods, I think they were both in the 80s, early 80s, mid 80s. They were the biggest there's ever been in the river. A friend, Kakinu and me, both our wives were working as nurses in Oamaru, and they were stuck on the other side. So we decided we'd walk them across. Viv and me started off across the bridge towards them, and looking upriver, there was a bit of an optical illusion, and everything seemed to be higher than we was. And what was coming down was so frightening that I couldn't look at it, because it would have gave the impression the bridge was just going to go just like that. Well, I got about a quarter of the way across, and I turned to Viv and I said, look, I'm just going to look straight ahead and sprint. And that's what we both did. And when we got the girls on the other side, we said, just look straight ahead and sprint. Don't look upriver. It's too terrifying. Well, the bridge took that flood, and it took another one just about as big, the biggest, without damage. It's so well constructed. And it's a heritage article. It's an important one. This is a district where heritage tourism is important. And if your heritage article is gone, there's no heritage tourism, and there's no small business spin-off or anything if it's not there anymore. And it seems to me that the justifications for demolishing the bridge are just a bit slim. I mean, what seems to get mentioned most is slash. It's been quoted to us, that's forestry slash. Well, that's incorrect. It's willow slash from alongside the river. I pointed out that there's often big piles of it left too close to the river, and perhaps the landowners could be advised that to be a bit more careful in that respect. The bridge itself, really, the piles are really sound. They're amazing. It needs some bolts tightening. It needs some repairs on the deck, and it needs a really good coat of paint. It's all minor costs. It's not a liability, it's an asset, and it's a really big asset for our community. I'll make my main point, and that's finance. The old bridge wasn't demolished, and the proposed cycle pedestrian way was taken off the new bridge, and that function served by the old bridge, which it could easily be and should be, because one day there's going to be a coastal cycle trail and it could be an important part of that. But the amount of money saved by not demolishing the old bridge and transferring the cycle walkway to the old bridge is in the range of $2.5 million. And surely that amount of money must make the whole project tantalizingly close to a 2-lane bridge. If that saving was taken and put towards a 2-lane bridge, which for the future proofing of our district is really what's needed. Kakanui's grown a lot. There's a huge amount more traffic along the coastal road. The bridge is an alternative artery in case of disaster to the main road. And building a 1-lane bridge there is just standing still. It's just the status quo. And the status quo is already not adequate for Kakanui for the amount of traffic. So what I'm saying is that I think the whole project should be reassessed. And I think that the old bridge, which is a beautiful heritage article, should remain, and that the savings from transferring cycle walkway to the old bridge should be put into establishing a 2-lane bridge, which is what is needed for future planning.
Thank you very much. Do we have time for just one more comment before we have to continue with our program? Yes, Councillor Ryan.
Just a quick question. At the end of your submission, you mentioned that like the consultation that the council didn't register with Kakanui residents.
Yes, right.
Do you have any suggestions on, I guess, how we could
Public
better
meeting
engage?
would be good.
Okay.
A full public meeting. That would have been the most appropriate thing. Because, I mean, I know the council's talked to the ratepayers, but the ratepayers there only represent a small fraction of the Kakanui population. Information just didn't filter out. So I was even a member of the ratepayers. I was having trouble getting information. I missed the penultimate meeting because I had COVID. So, you know, I was in the dark until I read the Honorary Mail too.
Thank you for that, Mr. Robinson. Thank you for coming in to
Thank you very much,
make your
everyone.
submission.
Thank you.
Thank you. Also, welcome to our next submitter in person, Mr. Trevor McGlinchey, on behalf of Moiraki Limited. Tēnā koe, Trevor.
Ai nā ranga te roa te tipi nei. Koe mahua tuarua, koutou katoa tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou, huri o koutou whānui ahau, no Moiraki au. I'm Trevor McGlinchey, Chair of Moiraki Limited. Moiraki Limited is the investment arm of Te Rūnanga o Moiraki. And we currently own the Moiraki Boulders restaurant and are involved in a number of projects to enhance the local. And I'll start just with.
Could you just move the microphone?
I'm supposed to push a button too, am I?
It's on.
Oh, ka pai. Normally people don't ask me to be louder.
No, I think more people want to listen.
Ka pai, kia ora. I'll start with a few comments about the Economic Development Agency, and start with that with Hapai Te to Waitaki Hapai Tangata, Waitaki Hapai Pakihi, Waitaki Hapai Hapori, uplifting the Waitaki, the people, the businesses, and the community. So that was the intention when we worked through the economic development strategy some years ago. One of the key planks of that strategy was the establishment of an economic development agency. We see the agency as being a system whereby we, council, community, business, can prioritise approaches, new initiatives and strategies, and actually promote a greater range of businesses and attract funding from other business, from government, and from iwi. So we see that the Economic Development Agency as being a mechanism to bring together that thinking, looking forward strategically, and ensuring we don't miss opportunity, which, you know, we have experienced missed opportunities. So if we can get professional, we can get focused, we can have systems and processes in place that will support emerging businesses and new approaches to what would make a big difference in our community. And as I've noted in our written submission, across the range of activities, we would be seeking that how is it that iwi Māori can be engaged in the business opportunities that are emerging within our district and within our community. So that's why I thought, you know, we submitted particularly on that kaupapa, that we see real value in an economic development agency. We think it would bring focus and purpose, and that would include the work that we need to do in the tourism area. So while we may lose the tourism focus, single focus, I think the wider focus on wider economic development strategy would pay off in the long run. Okay. Tuarua, I want to talk about the geopark. So Turinanga Moeraki has been involved in the geopark right from the start. More recently, the Moeraki Limited, working with the support of our shareholder, the Runanga, has been investing in a range of initiatives that will further enable the geopark to be focused on its wider range of interests. So we see the geopark not as not just as this is the geology of our district. We see it as a celebration of our place, of our people, and that includes the places, the place names, and the histories of Tangatawhiti. So we are working actively at the moment to lift the obviousness. There was a better word than that, but I forgot. The visibility, kia ora. To lift the visibility of our places, our place names, and our histories. And so there's quite a bit of work been going on in that. So principle around that at the moment is the work we're doing at Takiroa and Mairi Whenua. So some years ago, we actually were able to secure some tourism infrastructure development funding for that area. We've matched that funding. So we're doing a major investment in how we interpret the Takiroa rock art site and the Mairi Whenua rock art site in order to enable a better experience there. And that includes, because of the incredible dark skies we have up there, we've got one of our principal experts in Māori astronomy to come in and do some interpretation. So there'll be a dark sky viewing site built at Takiroa with interpretive panels. So if you're here in the summertime, this is what you're going to see. If you're here in the wintertime, this is what you're going to see, and give you some greater explanation of those histories. We're also redeveloping the signage and the experience that you have there so that we can do more of the explanatory work further away from the rock face. As we know, with the rocks falling off there, we don't want people spending too much time there, but we do want them to be able to go and experience that important contact point with our tupuna. As part of that process and in the wider district, we're also bringing together and contributing to the geoparks wayfinding so that we have more of our places that are obvious to our visitors being able to go, oh, we've been to Takiroa. What are the other sites of interest that we might want to go to? What are the histories associated with that? And how can we get there? So we're investing in not only identifying those sites and developing the explanatory material, but looking at how we can work alongside the Ngāi Tahu Māori Rock Art Trust and the Geopark Trust to expand that wayfinding mechanism, make it more usable and encourage more people to use it so that they're travelling within the district more ably. Finally, we're working with the Better Off funding and with our own funding at the Moeraki Boulders restaurant, where we're going to produce a cultural hub that will, as visitors come down, there'll be a much deeper mana whenua experience. As you arrive, it will become obvious that you're coming to a special place of cultural significance to tangata whenua. And there will be more explanatory material there. And as part of that, we then want to link people into that wayfinding, into the geopark experience as well. So we become a southern, a southern entryway into the geopark and into the wider district. And we get, thousands of visitors over our busy period, thousands of visitors a day. So the more we can capture them, give them other things to do in our district, and particularly then if the geopark is strong, capable and really functioning at its best level, then that becomes a really significant point of engagement. So that's why, we've supported the geopark, not because we think talking about stones is particularly important, but we see that geopark as being an expression of our community, our history and our identity. We also know that, the international research shows that geoparks, UNESCO accredited geoparks do improve visitor numbers, do improve tourism income. So we think it makes sense in the context of this district. So those were the 2 points that I wanted to come in.
God, thank you very much. Do we have any comments, Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Trevor. I got a wee bit excited when I read Moeraki Limited supports investing in the geoparks, and I thought you'd be turning up with a bag of cash.
Well, we have. What we are doing at Takiroa and at Moeraki basically is supporting the geopark, and we are investing directly in that work.
What I was going to say is that we've had a number of submissions supporting the geopark,
right?
A la yourselves, Otago University. But at the end of the day, it's going to be our 13,000 ratepayers that have to pay the bills, and we haven't got enough money to go around across all our activities, and it's a dilemma. I came to council thinking that the geopark was a crock. I've changed and I realise the benefits it can be, but I now wrestle with the dilemma of how do we actually keep it sustainable.
Look, and I think that my understanding is you've said there'll be a fixed term of investment in the geopark over a number of years. That gives some certainty to the geopark that they have an ongoing investment from the council, and I do see it as an investment from the council, but it also puts the pressure back on the trust that in order at the end of that period of time, they are actually demonstrating the ability to move forward independently. And I've visited a number of geoparks overseas, and I've seen how they work. And once they're up and running effectively, they do attract the visitors, and it's then a question of how do you monetize that, and that's what they've got to focus on.
Thank you for that, Councillor Hopkins. I'm mindful of time, but I know that he's probably got an important comment to make. I'm hoping.
Well, Councillor Thompson's question has to some extent preempted mine, but I accept that Moeraki Limited has made an investment, but clearly one of the things that's emerged in the submissions we've had is there's a lot of people out there saying this is a geopark is an unaffordable luxury and the council should walk away from it and not invest the 2.5 million that people perceive we're being asked to spend. I guess my question would be, is Maureki Limited willing, or have you actually advocated to Ngāi Tahu's or Kaitahu's tourism arm to become an active investor in the geopark? And do you see that as possibly a means of growing the Maori economy that you refer to in relation to the Economic Development Agency?
The Ngāi Tahu tourism will tend to take each item on a business by business assessment and due diligence. They would see this as too early a stage for direct investment. Once it's actually producing the visitor numbers, then they would say, so where are the points of engagement we have? They may also support Moeraki Limited to engage in that business, as they have supported us with the purchase of Moeraki Boulders.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do need to take Mayor Gary Kuchar, who may have a comment or question online.
Kia ora, Trevor. Ngā mihi nui for all of the contributions that you've made to the geopark and other things such as our economic development strategy. I just wanted to just comment on all of the things that the Runanga are doing, both on its own bat and also working with council, partnering in a number of different initiatives. And I see it as a really positive thing. Things like getting signage and various other things renewed around the district. So how do you see that partnership going into the future? What would you like to see?
Oh, look, I could talk about what I would personally like to see, but I can't talk on behalf of Te Runanga o Moeraki. That's a question for the chair of Te Runanga o Moeraki. Personally, I value the closer engagement that we are developing, and I look forward to that actually deepening.
Kia ora, thank you. Ngā mihi nui ki a koutou katoa. Matua. Trevor, always a pleasure to have you here. And likewise, Maureen, what our mayor has said, really appreciate all the hard work that the Runanga are doing. So thank you very much.
Kia ora koutou.
Okay, welcoming our next submitters in council. We have Patricia Jane Shirley from Mahutukutuku Ancient Cape Wonbrau Project. Welcome.
So, can you hear me all right? Can everyone hear me? Yep, good. So I've got here a map of Aotearoa in New Zealand. We are obviously there, you know where we are. If you look, you will see that area there is bright red. Now we are winning a race, but it's not a good one. It's basically a race to the bottom biodiversity wise. Bluntly, what it says on that map is that we have less than 5% native biodiversity left. Where we should be at is at least 15% for wildlife to actually survive here, like for our native birds and that. I think we're about under 1% probably, because the graph there doesn't go down below 5%. So that's actually probably lying to us and saying we're better than it is. If you want to get a small glimpse of what it used to be like here, what this area would have looked like, the closest you can get it is Orokonui, just outside Dunedin, because everywhere else around here is degraded by predators and browsing animals. Down here, I've got a list of about 20-something species. These are all birds. They're all land birds, not even including seabirds, but they're all things that have gone extinct in about the last 600 years, which is a really bad record. Here's another list, and I haven't done it comprehensively. There's about a dozen things on that one, but it will be a much bigger list than that. That's a list of things that don't live here anymore, but they're still alive somewhere. So we could get those back. So my message to you is that we could be heroes for the future. Now, I've thought about this for about 3 years, maybe 4, and I've done a lot of research before I've come here before you guys. A lot of talking to people at Otago University, and I have various people with PhDs who have agreed to consult for free on this. So we believe that in the public land on Makatukutuku Cape Wonbrow is a perfect site for biodiversity restoration. So it's basically an amazing site. We all know that. You get up there, it's close to the precinct, and the precinct's wonderful. And it's close to the penguin colony in the harbour, which are also wonderful. Like, there's nowhere else like them around New Zealand. But you go up on the Cape, you've got these amazing views, beautiful walkways, you've got Lookout Point. It's gorgeous, and it's covered in pine trees and weeds. It's rubbish, really. The only bits that are any good are the bits where Forest and Bird and various other people have been replanting, and there is now a few little pockets of hope out there. My personal feeling on this is that it would be worth a great deal more to our town and our district if we were to rewild it than leave it in pine trees forever and a day. Now I have some questions for you, and please stick your hands up if you do know the answer. Did any of you know that not 1, not 2, but 5 species of moas lived here? And yes, give that man a clap. He's a winner. Okay.
Here's the last one.
Well, he's old enough to. I know you won't mind me saying that, Jim. Sorry, that was me. That was ageist. And I'm not that far behind you, so I can't afford to be. Did you know that right around here was home to the world's largest eagle in human history?
Yes.
Yep. So that man knew. Give him another round of applause. No, you're not going to get it this time. Does anyone know how big they were?
Goldfish wingspan.
Yeah, it's about right. 3.2 meters estimated. And actually, the biggest ones were on this coast of the South Island, like right between, kind of midway between Dunedin and Timaru to Christchurch. So we're right in the middle of it. There would have been a pair of them up on the Cape all the time. Whoops, excuse me. They, just for the record, they had huge sharp beaks, and they had claws the same size as a Bengal tiger's, so they could rip you to bits. And they did, apparently. Not very nice. But we ought to be remembering them. This was wildlife with the ooh factor. We have the earliest and richest of fossil records right on our doorstep. Did you know that the first ever scientifically described, and I mean by a white person here, Maori knew about them already, moa was found just over at Awamoa Creek? Yeah, so that caused a worldwide sensation. And we barely recognise it here. Like that was like in the same league as mammoths in North America. We're talking megafauna that, you know, paleontologists and small children drool over these things. Yeah, anyway, I believe that stuff needs to be quite a lot better remembered, and I believe it can actually help us with restoring the wildlife that we could get back. So with that in mind, I mean, you will have probably heard about our group already, and we are going to do a much bigger, proper presentation, but because this is the submission for the long-term plan, I felt that I really needed to get up here and talk about it in advance. We have a committee, and we're called Mako Tuku Tuku Ancient Cape Wandbrow Project. Our goal is to combine art and science to engage people in celebrating the past and planning for a better future as well. If I thought this was all hopeless and we couldn't get our biodiversity back, I wouldn't bother. I would just say, well, let's sing while we're sinking. But I'm quite hopeful about the future. And I'm very hopeful about this council, actually, because I've seen some really great things happen from this council. So anyway, would you like me to get the model out? What do you think? Yep, somebody's nodding. So this is our key, this is our number one model. We have two models made up by AccuCart. And the idea for this one is, if the council permits and iwi's in agreement and everything else lines up, this would be life-sized up the top of Lookout Point somewhere, maybe at the start of the walkway, hopefully. And it'll be Corten steel, so these bits will be rusty. This will be stainless. My friend Al Bell did the design, so to try and give it a local Indigenous feel, hopefully. I think they're gorgeous. We believe that we can fund this project through grants and our own backing, like individual funding. Sorry about that, I've gone too long. Okay.
Thank you very much, Patricia. Thank you very much for coming in and sharing and also bringing your model here. It's very important for us to remember, like the value and the importance, and also appreciate all the hard work that you do in that space preserving. And yes, Councillor Hopkins is our walking encyclopedia. So he knows all the names of the moa and all of that. So I appreciate that. I think he has one comment just to wrap us up for this.
Just a question. Fascinatingly enough, the moa skeleton at Awamoa Creek was found by Walter Mantell, who was the son of the man who discovered the first fossil, and he was here to buy land on behalf of the Crown. And that moa skeleton is now in the British Museum, and it was the first ever entire moa ever found, and it was all found here. And I like the idea. I think this is a fascinating idea, and the fact that you guys think you can do it without funding from us is even more heartening. But my question is, you said in your submission, we're not asking for funding, but you want the council to help us remove red tape. And I guess my question is, what red tape are you hoping that we can help you remove?
Sure, we've got two of these ready to go, including the Awamoa moa. I've got a model of that as well, and it's got a skeletal overlay, so it's very accurate. We've had estimates for what they will cost, and they're not too bad, honestly. They're reasonable estimates. We're in the process of getting a bank account set up so that we can be, incorporated and take the funding. What we need is we really need someone inside council to walk us through the permits and things that we need to get, because I know nothing about this stuff. I'm not a red tape person at all.
Thank you for that. We do have, that's something that we're actually working on through the transformation program.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Really appreciate that.
Thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate the work that you guys do. I know not everyone does, and it pisses me off sometimes.
Can you say that in the microphone again, please?
Shop, and I think people should stop whining about it.
Thank you. You can come anytime. Thank you very much.
See a front page story in the Oamaru Mail.
No, appreciate all your work. Thank you very much, Patricia. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Okay, welcome to our next submitters. So we have on behalf of the Waitaki Whitestone Geopark, welcome Lindley Brown, Mauriri McGlinchey, Albert Hanson, and Sasha Morris. So welcome to Ngā koutou katoa, and also extending a huge congratulations, Mo, for graduating on Friday through the Bachelor of Applied Management Scholarship Program. So well done.
Kia ora koutou. I worship the Mayor, the councillors today, and the community that are with us today. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Mauriri McGlinchey. I'm the chairman of the Waitaki Whitestone Global Geopark, and I am a Moeraki representative from Tauranga o Moeraki, and I'm here with Albert Hanson, council appointed trustee on our board from Macraes Mine. And yeah, thank you very much. We are here to talk to you today about the UNESCO Waitaki Whitestone Geopark, what it has done already and what it is enabling now, and what we are setting in motion for the future. It is a critical role that Council's partnership plays in its continued success. The Waitaki Whitestone UNESCO Global Geopark is a vital regional asset.
Sorry, I'm just going to have to test those your speakers. Is that happening? No? Can you speak again? Sorry.
Kia ora.
Sorry.
Waitaki Whitestone UNESCO Global Geopark is a vital regional asset that strengthens our economy, education, conservation efforts, and our identity across Australasia and on a global scale. Its origins is in our rural communities in collaboration among Council, the original Geopark Steering Committee, and the current Geopark Trust, to do the National Commission for UNESCO in New Zealand and the University of Otago.
Kia ora, can you hear me all good? The UNESCO Global Geopark status creates economic impact, community opportunities, and lastly, new partnerships. The UNESCO Geopark is embedded as a significant contributor into the Council's economic development strategy and growth projections, district destination management development plan, as well as providing the Umbrella District Story and the Waitaki Story and Identity Initiative, as adding immense value to the new district brand. UNESCO designation gives the Waitaki international recognition and credibility, directly benefiting local businesses, tourism and industry. And we'll give you just a few examples today. For local business, there's growing demand for geopark experiences. For example, day tours for inbound cruise ship passengers from Timaru. Venice World hosted 12 bus tours last year, more than twice the previous year's numbers, and these bring income to both the centre and the region. For tourism, UNESCO designations such as World Heritage Sites and Global Geoparks are internationally recognised tourism brands. They have enormous potential to attract the tourists that the Waitaki is seeking. It also enables PR and profiling opportunities otherwise not possible. And we've seen this most recently in Korea magazine spreads and BBC travel articles. Lastly, visitor numbers to key geopark sites and Vanish World Centres are steadily increasing. We welcomed over 6,000 visitors at Vanish World Centre in 2024 alone. For partnerships, industry leaders see the UNESCO Geopark as part of responsible economic development. At Oceana Gold and a Macraes operation, this equates to a $30,000 per year sponsorship arrangement investment. Other discussions are underway with potential new funders, such as the New Zealand Nature Fund. The key thing again is that this UNESCO brand brings exceptional international credibility and integrity to any partnership agreement we might seek in the future. Under community and education impact,
The Vanished World Centre, as I've said, has been working in the Waitaki Valley for over 20 years. This team provides free, accessible education programs linked to the school syllabus. And in 2024, this included 15 school group visits, reaching over 300 children. We've also presented at numerous education events, and we've supported visits from universities and international delegations to the region. The key thing for us is Waitaki is home to Australasia's only UNESCO Global Geopark. This sets us apart as leaders who are thinking about what our region has to offer and a destination for people to visit. And this standing provides a competitive advantage, and it's a key part of the district's future economic development and tourism strategies.
Why council's support is essential. Our small team of dedicated volunteers are making strides, but remained under-resourced and to rising demand. Tickets and merchandise sales at Vanished World are growing. We're increasing visibility through projects like the Chelmer Street mural panels and new exhibitions at the Penguin Colony and the Waitaki Museum, launching mid this year. Tourism operators, including Poshtel, James Glucksman, are engaging with us for future guided experiences. We're expanding revenue streams and securing grants successfully. Significant funds have been raised for Vanished World's redevelopment. Our concept is ready to go. A multidisciplinary geoconservation group is now assessing sites for visitor experiences. Where we are heading. In 2025, we welcome a new chair, expert trustees, including Professor Christina Kolb, and we'll be naming an esteemed patron very shortly. The Rūnaka continues to play a vital role, contributing to site improvements at Kātaki Point and Takiroa. We're delivering on founders' vision, connecting communities, businesses, leading scientists, and council. Retaining our UNESCO Global Geopark status in 2026 is a key focus for this year. As a crucial community resource, baseline council support is essential for sustainable growth. With your help, we will retain UNESCO designation, strengthen our ties with Te Rūnanga and Moeraki to share cultural narratives, enable tourism operators to develop new visitor experiences, expand partnerships using Macrae's Mind as a model, increase visibility through great gateway signage, grow our team with expertise in fundraising, marketing, and event support. The risk of losing momentum. Stakeholders, including Oceania Gold, Te Rūnaka, Otago University, have made significant investment expecting long-term impact. UNESCO's National Commission, NatCom, has provided critical support, including funding for training and development. The Geopark is not a CCO, it serves economic, cultural, and environmental roles. Without stable funding, we risk losing sponsorship and community backing, scaling back education and engagement programs, delaying infrastructure and site development, compromising our international standing and regional value. Stable funding will secure our future. Let's keep the momentum going.
Baseline support for the UNESCO Geopark in the long-term plan is not just about funding the project. It's about backing an initiative that brings global recognition, economic benefits, and educational value to the Waitaki that has been factored into growth and identity plans for the district. Every dollar invested in the UNESCO Geopark is a dollar invested in the region's economy, its identity, and its future. Council support ensures we can continue this momentum, attract further investment, and do our part to help build a sustainable future for the Waitaki. We invite all councillors to download our Geosites touring app, get out there and explore our unique geosites, speak with our educators, and see the impact it's having firsthand. Ngā mihi, thank you. We welcome any questions.
Thank you very much for that, for your presentation and for coming in. May have time for just one comment. I'm just mindful of our time as well. It was a very comprehensive submission. Okay, we don't have any, so
I do have a question, back to the number, but if you only want one. I guess it would seem to me what you said, essentially you're saying you're undercapitalised. And to the extent that you're undercapitalised, you're finding it difficult to actually achieve all the potential outcomes you would like to achieve. You talk about retail sales going up and 6,000 people visiting Vanished World, which roughly means about 20 a day, which isn't exactly, you know, a box office smash. So how certain are you that in 2026 the UNESCO accrediting will actually be reconfirmed?
I'll start. But I guess for us, the key focus is on achieving those goals to help us achieve that UNESCO accreditation. And on our projections, we are meeting that target. So that increase is creditable in terms of meeting those global recognition things. But to Mo's point, that laser focus on the other parts of achieving UNESCO accreditation, signage and all the other administration that's involved. And the small team we do have a focus on that. But Mo, would you add anything to that?
Yeah, sure, Jim. We had Professor Ibrahim here not so long ago from Malaysia. He's one of the top assessors in UNESCO job. He's stepped us through the process and we think we're going to be capable of meeting those targets and show the progression that they're wanting to need moving forward.
Thank you.
great. Thank you very much for taking your time out and for your submission today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, a warm welcome to our next submitter who is joining us in council, submission number 628, Ms. Janice Wheeler. Welcome, Ms. Wheeler.
Try your right hand button again, Jan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, councillors, CEO, council staff. Please stop the gold-plated project aspiration spending and related debt on ratepayers. 2, rate increases are abhorrent. 3, cut your cloth to suit our ratepayers' purses. 4, core services only. Wrist principle. W for water. R, roads and rubbish. I, maintaining key infrastructure. S, sewage. T, restoring ratepayers' trust. 5, governance. Mayor and councillors, govern and control your CEO and council staff. Listen to your ratepayers who are financially suffering under council rules and debt and nice to have projects. Number 7 is serve this Waitaki community and do not destroy our community's future and economy by irresponsibly running up excessive hundreds of millions of unpayable debt against our ratepayer houses, lands, businesses and farming futures. The water must be kept in Waitaki. We do not want to lose control, have no voice in costs, budgets and future debt loading for the half the South Island. I support tourism. We must promote and assist real and tangible tourism businesses, Heritage Oamaru, Nichols Forge, Totara Estate. I also support the idea of creating a new company for the penguin colony. Philippa Agnew is an expert and has done an outstanding job. I do not support the Waitaki Economic Forum entity, development entity. It's inept and we've seen very few results. We've been funding them for 4 years and they're contributing nothing of real value to Waitaki community. Why wouldn't motivated farmers or experts or business people not do their own research, investigate and set up a business that they own? Staff just need to give them help. I think this group needs to be dropped because it's expensive and producing nothing to date. Council exists to deliver core services. Mayor and councillors, it's time to consider every staff project report against the RIST principle. And if it doesn't comply, reject it. And to ensure that core services that ratepayers expect are delivered. Under the council's RIST principle, W is water, R is roads and rubbish, I is maintaining key infrastructure, S is sewerage, and T is for your ratepayers trust, which would be restored in you, the elected members, when you spend your time and our money on core services being the key to function and future growth of Waitaki. Core services spending only. Ratepayers cannot pay back the 79 to 100 million of debt back now that's been ramped up over the last 4 years. It's excessive and out of control. Our houses and land is collateral guarantee against these hundreds of millions of debt that is owed to local government and actually to its international shareholders. The long-term plan is ramping this up further. The way things are going, the Waitaki District Council and staff will bankrupt the whole Waitaki District. Ratepayers do not support the Waitaki UNESCO and World Economic Forum Global Corporate Geopark, as it's akin to the Emperor's new clothes. So far, after 6 years of paying, there is nothing to see. Furthermore, this global membership must be dropped by Waitaki District Council. It's a waste of ratepayers' money, and ratepayers have never approved of it. I expect this is why it covers all the land in Waitaki District, and I expect this is why 80% of our district's covered with environmental and Maori mapped overlays over private property. Long-term plan and ventures are stopping people from coming to this district already. The long-term plan document is not fit for purpose. It used to be a 400-page document for a 10-year plan that Joe Bloggs could use if he wanted to do a development, subdivision, change of use. Now it's 1,300-page document, which is not in English. Some of it is in Maori language and people can't understand it. It's become a document for lawyers and planners in Ngāi Tahu and council to extract more money from ratepayers, and the ratepayers get headaches with the barriers that are put in front of them if they want to do anything. So my key points again, and I particularly want to reiterate the RIST program of core services, W for water, R for roads and rubbish, I is maintaining key infrastructure, S is sewage, T is for your ratepayers trust. And I implore you, councillors, to take control of governance over your staff and CEO, and let's give us hope for our economy in the future. I'm pleased to see the auditor, our council auditors sitting here today. I did note what you've written advising the staff about huge council staff numbers and the debt and the general debt. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler, for your submission. One comment from Councillor Hopkins.
Jan, thank you. We've copped a huge serve, fair enough.
People are very upset, Jim.
Well, look, there was one of your statements has caused me immense concern. You talked in the submission, you mentioned the hundreds of millions of WDC debt owed to local government New Zealand and furthermore to its international shareholders. I am shocked. This has been kept from us or from me. Who are local government New Zealand? Hang on, who are local government New Zealand's international shareholders?
Well, they have Vanguard and BlackRock,
to know.
and that's why Vanguard's name is on those things down at the desk where we come in to pay our rates, because they've already got their foothold in here. I'm sorry.
So who are local government New Zealand's international shareholders?
Vanguard Company, which is an American company which is connected to BlackRock, and they fund. I know people who've got shareholding in that, and they led us in with 1%, and now they are doing what you have to usually do if you want to make money, whip it up. And those guidelines that walk our ratepayers into the front desk, I don't know if they're still there. I think they might be. They've got Vanguard on the top of the pole and a phone number. World Economic Forum people.
Check the top of the pole.
Please check.
Thank
Please
you.
check everything.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wheeler. Appreciate your coming in person and for your submission.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
the opportunity. Thank you. And thank you for your hard work.
Okay, still mindful of our time, but would like to welcome our next submitter, Jennifer Hopkinson, submission number 550, page 141. Welcome, Jennifer.
We off? Thank you all councillors for being here today to hear what I would like to say. In 1989, the water supply in the UK was privatised. It had no debt. The area of London on the southeast was sold off as Thames Water to pensioner funds and investment firms. The largest holder at 32% was Ontario Municipal Employers Investment. Once sold, shareholders, staff and CEOs and consultants were then entitled and expected a financial return on their investment. The water supplies 14 million people. Maintenance of this asset was less than minimal, with the clear aim to keep profits up. Broken water pipes, water running across streets in cities, and it ran. Buses and motorists driving through a water lake. Repair was delayed as long as possible to save money. The road surface, eventually affected by this disrepair and disintegration, resulted only then in water repair, and then the following road repair, this repair at the cost of the state. There was more. The disgrace of raw sewage pumping into rivers and streams, the health issues in relation to this, and the effect on wildlife. The reason for all this mayhem was quite simple. No maintenance by Thames Water, but bonuses paid and returned to shareholders continuing. The debt for Thames Water now stands at £61 billion sterling. Please double this figure to convert to New Zealand dollars. So who will pay? I'm sure you can guess who that will be, even if possible. In the long-term plan, the Waitaki District Council is suggesting creating a separate water services delivery plan as a suggestion under the government's local waters well-done legislation. The advantage for the Waitaki District Council is an external separate company dealing with water and not the council. Billing to residents will be a separate bill, and this is then not included in the rates bill. This transfer of costs will then not impinge on the council's current high debt levels, and by inference indicates that council can keep borrowing, as the council debt ceiling is then able to be raised. Keep borrowing is a slight concern. The district we all live in has a mighty river running close by, the Waitaki River. Electricity generated from the dams built in the 50s and 60s supplied not only Oamaru but the North Island with electricity. You could argue the growth of the cities of the North Island has been facilitated by this bonus of energy directly from the water and dams in the South Island. Oamaru is not short of water. 350 cubits of water flow out into the ocean on a daily basis. To comply with government directives, council suggests a separate water company and separate billing, even though Oamaru has cubits of water. Part of their argument is it is fairer for consumers with a fairy divvy up of resources, so you pay for what you use. Hence this suggestion that Oamaru needs water meters and separate water bills. A separate bill for water is still a separate bill, even if expressed as a saving on rates. What are other councils currently considering regarding this legislation? Has this been explored? Have there been meetings with other councils, for example, Timaru, one of our closest neighbours? Have council had discussions with Ngātahi, our main tribe in the South Island, who I would suggest will certainly have something to say about water? I suspect this is a move to privatisation of water, and such a move would certainly receive the tick from our current government, who are already prepared and preparing to semi-privatise our health service. I'm opposed to privatisation of water for reasons given, and I fear this will be the end result once the idea of water meters and separate companies managing and billing Oamaru's water is in place. This will then be a convenient and short step to privatisation. That is the end of what I have to say.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, for coming in and to submit in person. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
May I ask one unrelated question? Your submission ends with a reference to you say any other comments on topics or issues we've discussed. And you've just got that one sentence, which maybe we've missed a few words, the debt situation with the Oamaru Opera House. Please, that's your written submission.
Yes.
What is the concern you have about that, please?
I have made no comment about that. I only wanted to speak to this, which I have done.
Your words are missing in their documents about your house.
I have made no submission regarding the Opera House. It was just, I suppose, in a way, an aside. Are the council still paying the debt, or are they not? Do we own it, or does the bank own it?
Well, the council owns the Opera House. There is loan funding that is being progressively paid off and reduced on an annual basis. But it's definitely a council-owned asset, a community-owned asset.
Well, it revolves around how much debt is owed, doesn't it? If the debt exceeds the value of the Opera House currently, then the council doesn't own it, surely.
Well, the debt doesn't.
That's right. Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Mayor Gary Kutcher, you have a comment to make?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I can't unmute myself until I'm allowed to unmute by the admin. So sometimes it takes a wee while. I just wanted to say that just in response to that, is that the Opera House is not the security for any loan. So the bank doesn't own any part of the Opera House or anything like that. I did miss some of the submission, but I just wondered if when talking about metering, I really draw the comparison with electricity. People are metered for electricity. Water would work in the same way, but did the speaker have any opinion on whether we should actually introduce one cost for everyone on electricity?
Thank you for that.
Yes. Is the speaker gone? I don't know what's happening there, sorry.
She's left, sorry.
No, that's okay.
Okay, we'll move to the next one. Warm welcome, Dr. James Jerram on behalf of Waitaki Valley Health Hub. Thank you for coming in.
And thank you for having me back again. Obviously, I present the submission as chair of the Waitaki Valley Health Trust. And thank you for your support in getting to where we have so far. Having finally secured the chosen piece of land in Kuau for our essential infrastructure project, we do now seek financial support from the council for the community fundraising that we've started. The project is the Waitaki Valley Health Hub, a significant facility that will contribute to rural health in the Waitaki Valley from Duntroon to Ohau to the Lindis and the Hakataramea Valley. Some 2,500 residents, also visitors and tourists, and an increasing number of cyclists who are mostly over the age of 60 and come to grief. This is the only remaining region of significance in Southland and Otago that does not have such a facility. In addition to getting all the health providers in the region under one roof with a focus on primary health care, this will also be set up as a response centre for civil emergency. Whether we like it or not, the Alpine Fault is going to rupture It's overdue with a likely level 8 force and with a periodicity of 300 years regularly over the past 10,000. This event that shapes the backbone of the South Island's overdue. We need to be prepared. So with a budget of 5.5 million for the project, we have nearly 1 million in hand, and we seek a further 1 million now to trigger the assistance of some major community grantors that have showed interest, but first require 1/3 to be secured. So we're well on the way. We've just got a little cornerstone funding glitch at the moment. It's our understanding that the council has voted that not to include this in the long-term plan because we missed the deadline. And I suppose that we missed the deadline because it took us so long to secure the bit of land that we now have. And we request that that decision is reviewed. We understand that the council's been burdened with the secondary services of Oamaru Hospital by the unfortunate decisions that accompanied the Crown Health Enterprise decisions in the 1990s. And that was a hospital pass, if I can use the pun. However, primary healthcare is a fundamental human right. The health outcomes in the rural sector are well known to be much worse than those in the urban sector. The shape it takes in the future as we run out of GPs and nurses is unclear. What is clear that the community is going to have to pick up the infrastructure tab. And while we have excellent medical practice in the region right now, future recruitment will depend on this essential infrastructure. We won't be in the market at all with the existing collection of catchment commission huts that currently house the practice. The ongoing escalating costs of development and the latest advances of secondary and tertiary healthcare are clearly not affordable in a health budget in an economy that does not even match annual costs of the cost of living increase. And this is worldwide. That's not just here. To be honest, the recent Healthy Futures exercise in Oamaru looking at North Otago was rearranging of the deck chairs on the Titanic. This government's answer clearly lies in the hope of private-public partnerships. Our cause has been turned down by both the Ministry of Health and even more disappointingly, Shane Jones's Regional Infrastructure Fund as not meeting the criteria for community resilience. When did community health not equate to resilience and productivity in a community? We appeal to the council to support our initiative without wishing to any way shame, and I mean that. It is relevant to point out that across the South Island, across the country, district councils have been major financial contributors to rural health centres. Tapanui, West Otago, Ranfurly, Twizel, Akaroa. In the case of Huranui, which is mostly rural, they've actually built, the council has built 5 of the 6 district health centres, which are run by trusts. We request this council finds a way to underwrite the funds we seek, whether it's by a loan, which is rated, or a sale of assets. We would like to see this as a priority. And look, we're under no doubt that there's no money. We understand that water is a major concern. We understand also that the communities of Otamatata and Omarama, which are very much behind this project in Kurau, have also had master plans, which Kurau hasn't. And I know that Kurau, which has always felt itself the poor relative, also has been very difficult to engage with. And my colleague Alan Pont will be speaking tomorrow about his idea for a master plan for Kurau Duntroon. I think that's about what I'd like to say. If the council was looking at selling assets that might help us, and there are a few around, as we understand, there are quite a few around, it is worth noting at the moment that there are 23 properties for sale in Kurau suddenly because of the perceived threat of the wind farm above it. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Jerram. Do we have any comments or questions? Councillor Linwood.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Dr. James. Can you please just confirm, you might have already said, I think I might have missed it, how much money you were seeking from council?
Well, we're seeking what we can get. We're not greedy, but we would like $1 million to kick this project off. We're applying to other community trusts, and we've been told that we are in the rule, but we have to get Cornerstone. We've got half of that Cornerstone already. We'll take what we can get. And you know, I'm impatient. It's taken a long time to secure the bit of land, and I see this as being pretty urgent, actually, given that the collapsing support for healthcare that's occurring at a central level.
MG, once again, we've had a material that's substantially different from the written submission. So if a copy of Dr. Jerram's verbal presentation today could be made available to us, it would be helpful.
Certainly, Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you for that, Doctor, for coming in and for your submissions. Really appreciate all the work that you're doing and have heard the requests that you have made this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we welcome our next submitter. Welcome Peter Plunkett. And his submission will be found on page 1379. So just give us one moment so we can find the submission. So page 1379. Submission number 293.
No, don't tell me. Sorry. Hello, folks. My name's Peter Plunkett. I prefer not to be here talking about this, but and I can have sympathy for the last speaker. You know, it would be nice for the council to be able to help that along. I would personally see that as quite an essential part of our community. If there was some, he also mentioned that obviously the pressure on water, which is a significant part of the. You know, I've had a bit of a brief look through the. I get my class on here. The LTP initiatives 9-year program. You know, these are costing. Obviously, you're all aware of this document. What I want to first thing I want to read out about was a couple of things. The first thing is the Dunedin Mayor Jules Radich was reported in the Otago Times on the 7th of March asking the public for ideas for making savings in the draft long-term plan to reduce the rates increase. We also have Ben Bell on the Saturday, the 22nd of February, saying in a release, Mr. Bell announced his campaign touting his achievements in the first term. Mr. Bell said in a statement he was focused on delivering a good bang for the ratepayers' buck. Every decision we've made has focused on delivering value for ratepayers. We've moved away from vanity projects to concentrate on what really matters: reliable infrastructure, essential services, and careful management of ratepayer money. So I just wanted to read those particular things out. So I thought they were quite applicable in the circumstances. I would like the council to reduce spending on the nice-to-haves or the vanity projects, to reduce the rates increase to closer to the rate of inflation. Spending money on things like the Waitaki story, the Oamaru Master Plan, car parks, placemaking, which all these things all appear in here with costs associated to them. Placemaking, wayfinding, these things, for example, could be paused. You know, now I have put in my submission in several items in this booklet here where you have options and there's options and there's costs and rate impact. So where there is no impact to the increase in rates or no cost, much of these things can be delayed until some of the stuff could come up in the next long-term plan. Now, I've been here in 2019 having the same story. 2019, I'm pretty certain, was the last long-term plan. I sat here the rate of inflation was 1% or 1.1. At that point in time, the rates increases were supposed to be 7% ongoing. Now that's obviously changed. I wish I'd kept that document because there's some other vital stuff in there. But anyway, to get back to my story, I've got to slow down here. Sorry about this, but these items I've just spoken about, and I have spoken at length to do with the annual plan, probably 9 months ago, several councillors here saying the same thing. Now, I've been told that these are small ticket items and it doesn't matter. You know, that is essentially quite right. They aren't in the scope of the spending that's involved in here. These items I mentioned are small, but the things I would like to see the council consider pausing are, and some of this I would like some explanation about, is the what I'd say big ticket items. I'm talking about the transformation process, the Alps to Ocean, for instance, and the geopark. I think a lot of those issues, in my opinion, I mean, the transformation is a slightly separate issue, but the other two are nice to haves. And there is some reasonable ticket spending in here on those items. The transformation, I'm not on Facebook, so I not privy to anything that comes out the council website. The only information I get is the ODT stuff or Radio New Zealand. Now, don't believe I've seen costs in the transformation. The initial figure that I saw was 4.5 million. I haven't seen any I personally haven't seen any benefit in a dollar term to the ratepayer. There's also some significant expenditure still in here that regard to the transformation phase 3 and 4 or something like that. But that's slightly separate issue. Now I've got to spend a little bit of time before I get wound down here. Project Reclaim. I would also like to spend. There's a separate issue involved here, and I think there's been I'd love to have been party to some of the decision making beneath the council level, because there's been some unusual things go on out there, in my opinion. What I do object about the Project Reclaim thing is that we've got 3 options here, when I think there could have been a 4th option, which I do outline in my feedback here, which would have been a cheap, simple gravel metal road around the 2 diversions, and at a pretty minimal cost, except the fact that the road will disappear at some point in time and just allow access in the short term, whether it's a year, 5 years, or 10. But anyway, look, thank you very much for the 5 minutes. So, and I'm sorry about getting a bit carried away there. I think there was more I would like to speak about, but time is an issue, and I appreciate you folks need a cup of tea. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter, for coming in. We do have a comment or a question from Councillor Blackler, and then, thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I just wondered if you're aware that there's a difference between the average household inflation rates that come out and then a more specific one tailored to the cost pressures within the council sector, which would be kind of better to make comparison with. I don't have those specific figures at hand, but I do recall, for example, it might have been about a year ago, we heard examples of in excess of 20% pressure in comparison to, I think it was about 7% at the time. But
okay.
But I was interested in your comment there on option D for Beach Road, and I'd certainly be keen for officers to explore what that might look like.
Yeah, well,
because I think what you're suggesting there is, a sensible kind of compromise. So at the very least, it would be good to explore it.
Well, thank you very much for that. Yeah.
Regarding the comments you've made in your submission on water, and I guess it's a question I have for all those that have selected status quo. The issue with that is that we reach that theoretical debt ceiling 2 or 3 years from now, and so in order for us to, as a community, to maintain that control at a local level, do people accept that charges up front may actually need to be higher than to bring that level of debt down, and also I guess there's this tension between what we need lower rates, but we're
Yes.
offering.
Can I say something to that? I mean, I'll try and keep this very short, but I didn't have a chance to state, which I'd like to say, that I more than prepared to accept that, there is some big ticket items in here on the back pages, stormwater, sewage and water. That's where the big ticket items are. And obviously in those next 9 years, the rates increases are going to be horrendous to cater for that. But the rates increase last year was 14%. Now, I've just driven around town this morning and last night to Western. I haven't been at Totally Concept trips. I can't see anybody. I see some chip sealing and a replacement in Clyde Street. But I don't actually, I was walking the streets in Western about 15 months ago, delivering stuff, and there was some water main. I don't know if it was new water main or there was some renewal. There was money spent there 18 months ago, but I can't see anything today, any kind of water. I can see some chip seal stuff. I asked the guy what he's doing. It's chip seal renewal. So, but 14%. So where did that go? That's what I'm saying is that. We're talking in here, we're talking a figure in here, one of the last pages about waste, going back to I know that the previous government obligated you folk to research rubbish removal, but there's some big allowances in here, which in my opinion, that's since changed with the new government as far as I understand. So, and the Waitaki District Council many years ago, in my opinion, managed to divest themselves of any issue to do with waste management, by handing it essentially over to the private enterprise. And essentially, what it means is it's a user pay system, and in my opinion, it works reasonably well.
Thank you, Peter. We're running well out of time.
Sorry about that.
Guys.
Yeah.
You
Sorry
can
about that.
come in at a public forum if you want to continue speaking.
Well,
but for now, I think we need to wrap up.
I relish any chance to talk to a councillor about any of these items, because we haven't even talked about the tourism and all sorts of other things. But it's difficult to get a chance to get to a public forum to talk to the councillors. I'm pretty keen on talking to anybody I can about it. But thank you very much. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much for your time. Okay, we've got two options. We've got 5 minutes to go through 10 submissions, or we go until another 10 minutes to kind of get through to submission 20. Is there any appetite to continue going with the non-verbals? All right, so I'm on submission number 10, Kate Hurst, and the page number is 443 on my agenda. So we're scheduled to head to lunch at 12:25. So we may have a bit of time to go through a couple of these. And then after the lunch break, we do have one submission that we couldn't hear this morning. So Mary will be online at 12:55. So just be mindful of our lunch break. That will be slightly shortened. And then the rest of the afternoon could of the non-verbal submissions. Any questions about number 10?
Just a question on, is it Anton Spodobelski's submission number 11? I just wonder if anyone else was puzzled trying to find the reference. Topic 9, projects. Do you have any comment on the list of projects? Toilets seem very expensive. I was trying to work out. Oh, okay, right.
Okay, next one, 12. 13. 14, Jason Lilly. 15A, Elizabeth Thompson.
Yes, question perhaps for officers. This reference, and there's two references in here to climate. Well, the first is under the climate change infrastructure, talking about Bride Street in Moeraki was damaged over 3 months ago, still not prepared. And there's another reference to I think the same street. I think in a second submission, 15B, after the last heavy rain event, Bride Street has still not been repaired. So are we able to get some information on that, just, but not only for the submitter, but for ourselves?
Thank you for that, councillor Hopkins. Up to number 16. Matt Menzies. Councillor Rain.
Just, I guess a comment in a theme throughout these. There's a lot of words used, vanity, nice to have projects, but it'll be good. Not a lot of them actually break down what are considered nice to have projects. I mean, I guess we all have different views on that. So just, yeah, it would have been helpful, I guess, to have a bit more of a breakdown on what people do consider those.
Thank you for that. 17, Hayley Rusbich. 18, Chloe Sheehan. 19, Cherie Thurston. Councillor McCone.
But just further from what Rebecca's just said, there is a common thread here about the need to particularly concentrate on our core business, and there's a thread coming through early in this, so I think we should take note of that.
Thank you for that.
Yes, I would endorse that. I was quite shocked and saddened to see Cherie Thurston's comments about topic 11. If this council raises rates again, I stand to lose the only home I own, as I'm no longer able to sustain the ridiculous cost of rates, power and insurance, and also heat. I've gone from a modest retirement to hand-to-mouth living. So yeah, we really do need to register the genuine hardship that I think a significant number of people are experiencing.
You are correct. And then there is also that support to continue with the council housing as well, which is another factor there to take into consideration. Okay, 20, Ian Stewart. 21, Colin Wolverson. 22 is Beckhouse. 23.
Can I just make a comment? One of the things that I did find ironic in some of these, a lot of the submissions, people were quite happy to actually propose that ratepayers could pay between $10 and $40 to subsidise community housing, but they weren't prepared to have Airbnb. A lot of people weren't prepared to have Airbnb owners contribute alongside moteliers and hotel operators the costs of infrastructure and associated expenses related to tourism. It just struck me as ironic that there should be two totally contradictory positions adopted by so many people.
Mayor Gary Kuchar.
Hi again. Yeah, just comment on the council housing topic 7 on this one, and just the thing about doing any upgrades. It's a bit like water in some ways. You know, we're required to actually go far beyond what we would have been doing with upgrades, and in the case of community housing, we've got to meet the Healthy Homes legislation. So that's been a major investment, and I think just acknowledge that, you know, this is not just CPI type stuff. This is extra, you know, adding value and service, and hopefully actually delivering healthier homes that cost less to heat and so on. So just make that point on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, you look like you want to say something.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm waiting in anticipation for the next submission. Number 23.
I'm up to 25. Okay, 23.
Sorry. Look, I appreciate people submitting, but it would be far better in this submission 23 from Fliss Butcher. When we got to point 11, she made the comment that she had lots to contribute, but I doubt any of you would listen or care. It would have been far more valuable had she put that at the front, and then I wouldn't have had to read the other things that she was going to say because I didn't care or listen.
Okay, 24, Stacey Cook.
Madam Chair, can I just ask officers, she talks here, Phyllis Butcher also talks about infrastructure investment, topic 3, changing climate. This is a trick question. You have snuck in the proposed sale of the water assets in this section. I don't understand that, and I think I don't think we have, and I think Phyllis Butcher should be told that. I did, however, note with interest her comments about the Dunedin City Council Social Housing Survey and the fact that people renting properties did not want to be a burden on other ratepayers, according to that survey in Dunedin.
Thank you for that. Okay, 24. 25, 8. No.
Just a quick note under Pat's submission, just around the public transport. I would just like to highlight that we were working with ORC to get a bus going, and there was a trial proposed to happen in their long-term plan, but then the government come in and scrapped the funding and took that project out of it. So it was happening and now it's not.
Thank you for that.
Madam Chair, also on topic B, sorry, 25B, I am genuinely concerned that material has been included that I think is potentially defamatory and should not have been included in the public document. But since it has been, I believe it needs to be responded to immediately and unequivocally. And I'm talking about the comment on page 471 under topic 11 relating to allegations regarding a South Island Council chief executive being hauled over the coals. To my mind, this is, as I say, I believe this is potentially defamatory. It should have been redacted. And in my view, it should not be included in a public document. But since it has been, and since it exposes the council and an individual to, as I say, the possibility of defamation, we need to deal with it, I think, in a very serious and visible and public manner.
Thank you for that, Councillor Hopkins. I would agree. Just if we can take note of that, please. Okay, I think what we're going to do now is pause just for our lunch break. It's 12:31, and then we need to resume back at 12:50 to 12:55. So thank you to those online for joining us. We're going to have a break. We'll be back at 12:55. Thank you.
Yep, cool. Kia ora koutou, welcome back everyone to our long-term plan submissions hearing today. We are jumping back into verbal submissions before we resume non-verbals. So we're hearing from Mary O'Brien from CCS Disability Action after some technical difficulties earlier. So Mary, have we got you with us?
Have we got Mary with us? Mary.
Oh no, Mary, I think we might still be having some audio issues. Can you hear us? Mary, could you give us a thumbs up or nod if you can hear us? Oh, she can't. Okay.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you. Sorry, Mary, unfortunately. Is there anything that we can do? Okay.
And then we'll try and connect.
Okay. Mary, I think we're going to have to move on to non-verbals, but the team will be in touch to see if we can get you tested later in the day for audio and hopefully reschedule tomorrow if we can fit something in with your schedule as well. Okay, thank you, Mary. Hopefully we'll hear from you tomorrow. Okie doke.
Chair, may I just ask a question? Is it your intention today to look at the late submissions and also the submissions on the development contributions and financial contributions?
I have going through non-verbal submissions until 2:30, so I'm on
Well,
the list in front of
they
me.
are non-verbal,
Mhm.
so they could be incorporated. I mean, we don't appear to have set aside any particular time. The timetable showed at the start of the day, the first thing we were going to do was look at the DC policy stuff. But we've yet to do so. So I'm just wondering at what point today or tomorrow are we going to actually have some time to address those late submissions, which we've agreed to accept, and the DC and FC submissions.
Good. Okay.
Carry on.
I think maybe if we just keep going with the non-verbals from where we got up to, unless there's a strong preference from around the table to go to the DCs. Okay, 2:30 to 2:45, we'll go over the late submissions and the DCs unless there's any objections from around the table. Okay, so jumping to non-verbals. So we're going from submission number 26, which is page 472. Just wait for everyone to get there. Right. What was that, sorry?
It'll be 512.
512. I'll just check that that's. Yeah, here we go. So Janice Ewing's submission number 26. We'll go from submission, we'll take them in blocks of 10 going forward, but just to get us to 30 and then making things tidy from there, we'll go from submission 26 to 30. Has anyone got any questions or comments that they'd like to raise for submissions from number 26 to 30? Is everyone caught up to where they need to be? Councillor Hopkins, you look,
You're fine.
you're fine? Okay, cool. Okie doke. So then submission 31 to 40. So from Dave and Linda Inwood to Peter Boyce. Submission number 41, Andrew Hazelhurst to submission 50, Hamish Saxton.
Oh,
Councillor Hopkins.
Apologies, Madam Chair, sorry, just scrolling through them quickly, I was interested in, comment from Dave and Linda Inwood regarding the wind farm at Kurau and, the fact that it's not mentioned in the submission form. It's that this is, there are sort of a odd anomalous comments that have cropped up in some of the submissions, issues that we haven't focused on, but that submitters are clearly concerned about anyway. In this instance, I presume that we would basically advise that, or I'm presuming we would advise, Mr. Cook could perhaps confirm that unless and until there's a proposal in front of us, it's simply an idea that may or may not come to pass. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Were there any other questions or comments from submissions 31 to 40? So 41, Andrew Hazelhurst to 50, Hamish Saxton.
It's a bit difficult going through them.
Councillor Hopkins?
No, it's all right. I'm just making the point that there's an awful lot of pages to go through, just particularly if you had noted something that you wanted to ask about.
Have you got your annotations showing at the side so you can just flick from your between your annotations?
No.
Are you interested in setting that up? Or would you like us to go in lots of 5 perhaps?
Well, it's up to other people. It's not just me. I'm simply saying these people have submitted to us. And if we're going to go charging through at a sort of supersonic speed, then effectively, in all probability, no questions or issues will be identified or raised at all.
No, I'm happy to slow down if that's the feedback from the room. Councillor Thompson.
Madam Chair, that negates the time that I've spent, and I have my pages in my diary or specifics that I want to go to. So I suppose it's the race where the team speed is governed by the slowest runner, but we do need to expedite the matter, and we need to assure people that the fact that we're not speaking to them doesn't mean that we haven't given true cognizance to what they've submitted.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Mayor Kircher.
Thank you. My comment, sorry, I'm just getting asked questions here. My comment related back to Councillor Hopkins' earlier comments around the wind farm. I mean, simply, it's not a council project. We're not involved other than maybe as a consenting authority in the future. And I think it's really important that we just note that this is about what council will be involved in as far as its projects, its budgets, and that's what should be focused on. As far as going through submission by submission, I think you'll need to schedule Wednesday and maybe Thursday if we want to do that. If councillors have marked their pages, as you've suggested, use the annotations tab, and that helps to navigate from one submission to the other. We have read all of them, and if we've made notes, then that's the easiest way to know when to put your hand up. So anything we can do to just smooth the pathway and actually get through them all is going to be helpful. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor McKay, did you have your hand up earlier? No, all right. So coming back to submissions 41, Andrew Hazelhurst, to number 50, Hamish Saxton. I actually had a question just related to number 50, and a number of questions been raised throughout these submissions about the cost of collecting an Airbnb rate. Is that something transformation and improvements in the digital space might address or make easier, Mr. Armley, or something else?
I can't say it's a part of transformation at the moment. I don't know whether there's digital technology we could be using to assist with that. I think we'd have to take that away and have a look at that.
Okay, if there's nothing else there, we'll move on to submission number 51 to 60. So that's Richard Petruselli to Scott Johnson on behalf of the Takarahi Public Hall Board. Councillor Holden?
I think it's just fair to say that we're cognizant of the themes that are arising through a lot of these ones, the cost of living, the projects and core business. They seem to, there's a bit of repetitive theme there, but had the thread across a few of them.
Yeah.
If I'm going forward, I don't know, wait till we go forward. Sorry.
Cool. Also, another theme that's just popping up there is a few comments around a lack of environmental initiatives in the long-term plan. A lot of people have highlighted that throughout the process. So 62, Mike Judd, to 70, Alana Andrews. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to go to 69, and there are associated comments in 391 as well. But the submitter 69, Teresa Brosnahan, goes into some detail about a meeting that the Mayor, myself, and the then head of our water department held with approximately 100 ratepayers in Hampden over 2.5 years ago. Now, the presentation at that meeting did give a ballpark figure per household of what going to a connected sewage system would cost. And there was an undertaking made that staff would revisit the existing, there is a plan for reticulated sewage. I have on 3 occasions since that meeting asked staff where it is and been told it's at the bottom of the pile. Now there's people down there at the night of that meeting were prepared to actually ask could they pay the money up front to get connected to sewage. So there was a real desire in the community. And I know the Mayor has also raised this issue in discussion since, and it's very frustrating for that community not to be able to move forward because possibly we simply haven't had the capacity to revisit that report.
Mayor Kircher.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I totally support Councillor Thompson on that one. I mean, this isn't just a casual wish. This is something where the community said they're prepared to pay significant money to actually get the scheme investigated and implemented. It has serious environmental reasons behind it, and there's also serious economic reasons behind it. If we're serious about economic development, these are the things we should be considering. So absolutely support that. I did have my hand up originally for number 60. So sorry to go back to that, but yeah, it's my hand being raised isn't being noticed. I'm just making that note. it's basically a request from the Hall Committee at Takaraki that they raise the hall rate to $50. I'm just wondering, normally we just take that as that's what they want to do, that's what we'll do. But I'm just asking in this case, has there been justification given for that increase? Because, you know, we're really asking people happy to pay the hall rates they are, and this is a suggested increase from one of the committees. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, I missed you earlier. I'll keep an eye on the screen. Councillor McGowan.
Yeah, look, I'd just ask them, Gary's raises Takaraki, it's pretty progressive out there and they do keep in touch. These guys use that hall pretty much all the time. So I don't think you have any problem with what they're requesting.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I'm 65, Madam Chair, Juliet Gray. I just think it's probably important that we that councillors make sure they incorporate this and consider this in conjunction along with Dr. Jerram's submission earlier today, because this one, her submission is extremely comprehensive, goes into an awful lot of detail.
Thank you. I just note on the submission 70, the comments around Airbnb income contradict previous submissions where some say long-term renting is more profitable than Airbnb. Are there any statistics that we have or could consider in that space? Just a question going forward. So moving, any other questions up to submission 70? Councillor Thompson.
Madam Chair, I just wonder if I can make a over the dictum comment in passing. Councillor Hopkins has raised the questions around the health hub in Kurau. I totally support the concept, but we also need to be steering them towards our sister council in Waimati, because when they talk about serving the Haka Valley, it's not part of WDC.
Point. Okay, so then we'll move on to submission number 71 to 80. So that's Ian Davison to Becky Martin. If there's no questions or comments for that section, we'll jump to submission 81 to 90 from Hilary Bishop to Toby Corey. Councillor McCone.
I'd just like to endorse the comments on 83 from Monica Roche. Again, everybody's feeling the pain and we've just got to keep reflecting that. It seems to be, again, a common thread coming through from all the submissions, especially on topic 9 and 10.
Is everyone keeping up with the pace? All right, yeah. We're up to submission number 90, Toby Corey, which is 735 plus 35. So then moving on to submission number 91 through to 100. So that's Cara Tipping Smith and Alex from the Business Hive and Waitaki app to Ian Anderson. Councillor McCone.
Just thank you that they've given us at the bottom for these guys that have put it all together and complex issues they're saying, and just that statement on number 11, I think the staff should take kudos where it's due.
Any other comments in that section or questions? No. So moving on to submission 101, Colleen Myers. And moving through to 110, Cruz, Hawani, Wesley. Councillor Mackay.
Again, 103, Sonia McCulloch Rose, I think, Rocco. Again, she gives praise for what's been done, but also a little bit there that she's saying that the communication, keep it simple, keep it understandable in plain language, and with all the facts back to back the decisions that have been made. I think that's a very valid point she made.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Anything else up to submission 110? All right, so moving on to submission 111, Caitlin Smith, through to 120, Christopher Wayne McCarthy. Interesting point, submission 112 from Bernard Wilkinson about offering Citizens Award recipients free parking for the year. Just note that one. Councillor Hopkins.
I was just going to say, there is an argument, not necessarily for free parking for a year, but there is an argument for saying that the Citizens Awards could include something, whether it's 5-3 visits to the penguin colony, or I'm just saying, it does seem to me that Bernard makes the particular proposal might be worth considering, or might not be the best one, but it does seem to me that there is merit in that idea that the Citizens Award should come with something that is the tangible benefits to the person, other than the real honour of being acknowledged.
No, I agree. That's why that was one of the comments that I thought I'd point out. Anything else up to submission number 120? Councillor Linwood.
Thank you. Not a question, but just another reappearing theme is.
Which one?
I'm looking at 116, but it's around curbside recycling. There has been quite a lot of calls throughout the submissions of people asking for that.
And some saying don't bother.
Yeah. I was actually going to make that point as well, that a lot of submissions have commended us for being brave enough to encourage people to have individual responsibility.
I guess that will be explored in the future when we
it is
consultation in that space.
I think everyone who's made a comment on the matter should be advised that at our last meeting, the council voted to consult on this matter and to present to the public the option of the costs and benefits of the curbside collection approach as compared with the current solutions that we adopt in the council. And there are two of us who moved and seconded that very proposal. So people are going to get a really good chance to look at the benefits and costs associated with both.
Actually, just for the benefit of especially the councillors going through their first long-term plan, what is the process in terms of responding to submitters on the questions that they have raised? Okay, thank you. All right, so anything else before submission 120? Okay, then in that case, moving on to submission 121, Murray and Joanne Bain through to Juliet Gray, 130. Councillor Thompson.
Submission 121 makes a statement that we've actually heard made in the chamber this morning that I think does need to be corrected, and it's around the availability of water. You have more water than you know what to do with flowing down the Waitaki Valley, and to make an issue of it is absurd and nothing short of money grabbing. Well, there's a cost in extracting the water from the river to the reservoir. There's a cost in treating the water. we also know that the regional council are now looking at the reservoir in terms of the fact it's been there for so many years and they want us to prove that it's not an earthquake risk. So there is a cost in extracting the water from the river, and we need to face that. That the other statement that definitely rocked my boat, that much that I can't find it. Which is on topic 11. Although the frontline council staff are wonderful and helpful, some of you are riding the gravy train. How much percentage salary increase this year? Like company directors in a recession, your salary should remain static. If that's pointed at councillors' remuneration, I'm quite happy to step aside from my $3 an hour council salary. If it's aligned at staff, if some of you want to move on, this submitter's offered to come and do the job at half the price. I would suggest we might experience half the service as well.
Thank you, councillor Thompson. Anything else up to number 130?
I'm feeling the love, Madam Chair. Feeling the love.
Just highlighting some more comments from community housing tenants, emphasising the security and safety that they feel of you know, having their council unit, and a lot of complimentary comments of council as a landlord as well. Councillor Hopkins.
You may I just ask, it was a question I would have liked to have asked the lady this morning, the our submitter, who talked about the people who use community housing under the age of 65. I would be curious to know how many people are in that situation, because I was under the impression that the vast majority of our community house tenants were 65 and over. So I was wondering whether that particular submission related to some of the IHC properties or other facilities that may or may not have actually been ours. So just picking up on something that I was going to ask this morning, and since you mentioned the issues of security and so on in this submission, it would be useful information if we could get some sense of the magnitude of the issue that was raised this morning.
Good point. So if there's no further questions up to submission 130, we'll go from 131, which is Kate Gibbon, through to 140, Natasha Sharp. Some interesting comments, and this I guess is the same for a number of the community halls, but 136 demonstrating the clear value of Omarama Hall to that community.
Also, Tim Graham, I note.
Councillor Hopkins.
Sorry, I just note Tim Graham's submission where he, and I think the one previous to that as well, both of them talk about the health hub, and Tim Graham picks up on the merit or the suggestion, his suggestion, the sale of unused reserved land in Kura would be a beneficial way to raise funds to support the health hub.
Okay. Councillor Blackler.
Thank you. Yeah, just on the note of halls, 138, sharing some local perspective in the opposite way too. So it's good to have that kind of local intel specific to their own halls. Yeah, number 137, Francis McMillan, topic number 5. There's a comment there about being generally in support of property sales. With the limitation that it not be in relation to any land that the public's currently using for recreational or social purposes. So I can't quite remember the precise wording, but I was just wondering through the decision making if staff could advise us if any of those properties are currently being used for recreational activities.
Mr. Hope, did you want to respond to that?
Yes, I mean, we can certainly do that. I just off the top of my head, these were seem to be some of the easier properties to dispose of. And anything that currently has a community use doesn't fall into that category. So, but yeah, we'll clarify that.
Thank you. Anything else up to submission 140? Okay, so then moving on to submission 141, Clementine Cupper to 150, Roger Bungard. An interesting submission 142 talking about the possibility of a youth coordinator and age support person within council to target those opportunities in those two age groups. Mayor Kocher.
Thank you. Doing a wonderful job, Madam Chair, by the way. Thank you. Just on 141, number of comments there around some issues out the north end around rubbish burning and noise pollution. Just make the note that we do have some responsibility around noise, but the burning and smoke issues and so on are a regional council issue, and that people should be contacting them. So I would assume in response to this particular submitter will include that advice and hopefully some contact details for ORC. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else up to submission 150? Councillor Holding.
Submission number 149, Tony McPherson just got a letter there saying that her flat's going to be sold. I'm just wondering, is that part of, has she got that wrong, or is that part of buildings that we own now and the consulted on for sale? Has there been no decision to sell any yet?
Councillor Thompson.
I think that might be similar to the experience that I know I had from ratepayers in Palmerston who mistook or misread the letter saying that we were going to consult on flats to actually take that next step and think that they're being sold.
I would just actually like to acknowledge that submission though. She's mentioned and the effort that Tanya Rose went into making a submission. She's pointed out in it that she is blind, and so yeah, a challenging situation for her to I guess understand the long-term plan and to make the effort to submit in the way that she has is fantastic, and it is a really good submission. So appreciate the effort that she's gone into. Anything else up to 150? So 151, Lucretia Bungard to 160, Alan Charles Pont. Everyone keeping up okay? Okay. So if there's nothing there, we'll move to 161 through to 170. So that's Jeff Corver through to Raylene Mulligan. So 171, Victoria and Alan Ortley, through to 180, Mike King. Some issues raised about the online submission process being challenging for some of our older people. So 181, Kylie Patterson And that is through to 190, Craig Hayes. Just highlighting comment from Kylie Patterson, submission 181 about the importance of getting that grassroots support for the new Network Waitaki Event Centre, and the importance of that engagement with some communities like those up the Waitaki Valley. And it being multi-purpose. So anything to 190? 191 to 190 to 200 A and B. So that's Nicole Irene Phillips through to Danny Webb. An issue of WASP management raised in here. Not aware of an issue in that space. Right. Okay, so then in that case we'll move to 201, David Robin Fleming, through to turn the page. Through to 210, which is Catherine Hurst. Councillor Holding.
I just note another theme that's quite common throughout the submission is just cycling seems to be quite a big thing for cycling and tracks.
Everyone keeping up?
Not quite.
No. So we're looking through to 210 at the moment. Catherine Hurst. You tracking all right over there, Councillor Percival? You're up to date? Yep. Cool. Just checking. Okay, so if there are no objections, we'll move on to 211, Russell Hurst, and through to 220, Robert Rudner.
I see Russell. I know Russell Hurst would probably be in complete agreement with Councillor Thompson. Topic 11, our local roads are a disgrace and require much more maintenance. I'm reminded of your comments earlier this morning, Councillor Thompson.
Another comments and submission 217, one of many, talking about rainwater and or how we can incentivize households to be collecting rainwater. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for raising that. I was on my list for later. But I'd like to point out a conversation that Councillor Blackler and I raised during the district plan process, that is there a way to reward people who are building houses that are hydraulically neutral? And maybe when we come to the development contribution conversation, we could discuss whether there's a way through that to incentivise people to put in rainwater tanks, et cetera, and save council then the cost of disposing of that water when it gets into our systems.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Anything else up to submission 220? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just perhaps for officers, looking at submission 212, Scott Ellis. I'm just trying to find the actual reference. He talks about topic 7, council housing. We need to acknowledge that the council is not the best specialist provider of these services. Further work should be done on the setup of a community housing trust and or housing agency partnerships. I know we have somebody at Stronger Waitaki who was housing or was involved with housing. How far along the route are we to, well, along the road are we to having a community housing trust, and or have we started any negotiations or conversations with a view to setting up housing agency partnerships?
Are you seeking an answer? Oh, Mr. Hartley.
So there has been work done on that, but it is not conclusive. And to have a partnership, you need partners that are willing to be and able to be in that partnership, and finding partners that have the capacity and that are wanting to develop in this area is quite challenging at the moment. I think in terms of the trust, I think it's quite complex and lengthy to establish housing trust. So we haven't made much progress in that at the moment, as I understand it, but it's something that we continue to work on.
Thank you, Mr. Parley. If there's nothing else in that section, we'll move to submission 221 to 230. So that's from Paige Wills to Kay Schrader. Councillor Thompson, then Councillor McCone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In submission 226, who actually is a ratepayer on my patch, but there are other comments similar to this regarding water metering. And this submitter says definitely should be user pays. We own and live in a small property with minimal footprint, so why should we be penalised for those with large properties and farms who are using more water? For the benefit of anyone with that view, all rural water subscribers actually currently pay for their water on our schemes, and whilst it's termed a restrictor, effectively they are metered and pay accordingly. So it's just that perception that needs to be refuted.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor McCone.
It's just 221 Paige Wills on her as per attachment. There's some very good sound logic that she puts in there. And in particular, she refutes or backs up what was talked about with Russell Hurst and Kathy Hurst in regards to the rural roads. And in particular, those two areas, as far as the Hursts are concerned, which are down on the Waitaki Plains, that is pretty much all gravel roads down there. And yet they're hugely intensive with a lot of dairy traffic as the same as where Paige Wills is talking about.
Thank you, Councillor McCone. Yes. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, a question I was going to ask on the same submission, whether the submitter has confused. I noticed that her comments, she has a headline, Council Accommodation Needs HQ Building, and then talks about 1378, 350 and 1406 as part of the transformation program. There are other people who have raised the issue of how much is being spent on this building. My understanding is that I think we approved, was it 800,000 or either 800,000 or just under $1 million to do the work that's currently being done, and that's necessary to basically weatherproof the building. In other words, it was leaking and being compromised. Can officers shed any light on those figures and whether the submitter is conflating the accommodation needs with other expenditure?
Councillor Thompson, did you?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My recollection was the discussion that we had around reconfiguring this building to be more fit for purpose in the future. And I would suggest, Councillor, that that's possibly where the funding is or was suggested.
Mr. Parley.
So just to clarify, there is a separate budget that you agreed for the re-roofing project. I can't remember the exact amount of that, but it is completely separate from the budget that's in there in the long-term plan list of projects, which was about reconfiguring the office accommodation. We currently have these offices, and we have a number of other offices that we lease around the town. And it was about looking at, what was the opportunity to consolidate offices, have less offices, and use them to best effect. Part of that as well is looking at the council chamber. We're in the least accessible part of this building as it stands at the moment, and whether, if we were going to change office accommodation, there was an opportunity to improve access, so we're more accessible to the community in these meetings. I think the budget line that's in there has been in there. It was in the past long-term panel. So the current one that we're in at the moment was also associated with the building over the road. This rented by a retailer from us at the moment, and looking at whether that formed part of consolidating into a smaller footprint for the council to operate from in the future. So that's what that budget is about. It's about reconfiguring our accommodation so that we have a smaller footprint, hopefully more accessible to our community as well.
Thank you, Mr. Palmley. Councillor Blackburn.
Just on submission 217, sorry, we've kind of moved further on.
Oh, that's okay. Jump in. Yep.
Kellen Brash offers some good perspective. Seems to be some specific perspective around the CCO kind of scenario, and suggested things for consideration if we're going down that path. So I just thought that was interesting, other than just to kind of gloss over position. Regarding topic 5 under the same submission, Mr. Brash talks about selling the current council building. Is that a misunderstanding, or is that one of those properties listed there? I know that we've got 24 across the road listed in amongst this, but
Mr. Ho?
No, we've never proposed selling this building.
So then, just going back to where we were with 221 to 230. Just acknowledging a comment in that section about the Oamaru Blue Penguin colony and its alignment with what with a geopark discovery hub, and the potential for to be working together in that space. Councillor Holding.
Tim Street Trial seems to be coming up quite a bit through submissions on projects, and this one maybe we need to do a reminder of where they can submit, where the feedback will be counted.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Colleen Blackmore, 25.
225.
225, I could say. Topic 9, projects. I cannot believe there is no mention of plans to raise.
Microphone, Councillor Hopkins.
Sorry?
Your microphone's not on.
Oh, sorry. Submitter 225, Colleen Blackmore. Topic number 9. Do you have any comment on the list of projects? I cannot believe there is no mention of plans to erase the restricted library space already threatened by more services being installed. I mean, can we lay this falsehood to rest? This is an opportunity for officers to make it clear there is no plan to restrict library space, is there?
Mr. Palmley.
I think this might be a reference to us having more services accessible there. As councillors know who came on the tour, it's incorporated into a desk that's taken up no more space than the previous desk did in the library. We haven't suddenly seen a stampede of people in there queuing to take up more space in the library. There is a budget provision in the LTP for a feasibility study to look at options for expanding the library space, but there's no plans to erase the library.
Thank you, Mr. Palmley. If there's nothing else up to submission 230, we will move on to submission 231, Edward George Coucher, through to 241, Roland Kerr. Oh, sorry. I should have looked immediately that way for some reason. Councillor Thompson, then Councillor McCone.
Oh, I was going to defer to Councillor McCone in the first instance.
Oh, very
And
kind.
then follow him.
Okay, whichever way you would like to do it. Councillor McCone.
Right, look, speaking to George Kelcher's submission, there's a lot of good common sense stuff in there, and we probably should take notice of it. And in particular, then he talks about projects, and they should be handled on a case-by-case basis over time, as need and necessity will change within the 9-year period. Support local businesses instead of purchasing out of the district, and probably need to upgrade the procurement policy, which I think has been done a little bit already. But yeah, there's some very good points in that whole submission.
Councillor Thompson, then Councillor Hopkins.
Ditto.
I was just briefly going to say that it was nice to see, going back slightly to 228, submission 228, Dorothy Arnott, actually saying at the end, thank you to councillors for what they do. It's a thankless job. And given the number of brickbats and thrashings we've received, the odd expression of appreciation and approval is emotionally sustaining.
Clearly not thank you.
Dorothy's also someone who raises concerns over financial hardship for bigger families if water metering is introduced, and that one of many in this pack. So we are on 231 to 241. Was there anything else, Councillor Councillor Blackford and Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. Submission number 233 under topic 7, council housing. There's reference there in the comments to another option available for provision of housing, but it doesn't go into the detail. But I was just wondering if we could, have that as an action item to explore a little bit further what the suggestion is there.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thompson.
That was the exact issue I was going to raise. I'd support dialogue with those parties at the earliest possibility.
Okay. Anything else up to 241? Everyone keeping up? Okay.
Sorry, who will be dialoguing? Yes, is that going to be from the elected members or from officers? It's going to be dialogue.
Okay. So then moving on to submission 242, Julie Pringle to 250, Richard Chris.
Or just to bring Councillor Hopkins back down to earth, stop spending like drunken sailors and stop chasing nonsense.
There's no need to do this. I was almost feeling good, and now you've gone and ruined everything. The councillor needs counselling.
Okay. If there's nothing up to submission 250, we will move on to submission 251, David Hart, through to 260, Kerry Syme. Two, 261. Is everyone happy if we move on to the next chunk? 261 to 270. Juanita Saraswati to Jane Thompson. 272, is everyone happy that we move on to the next chunk? 272 to 280. Councillor Linwood.
Thank you. Just noting submission 278, Peter thinks that we need to introduce an age level on councillors with retirement at 75. Further down, under topic 11, he would also like to see a reintroduction of a local transport safety committee. Did we ever used to have one of those? No, we didn't.
Is everyone keeping up okay? Councillor Hopkins.
Well, just perhaps the same constraint should be placed on those who vote.
Councillor Holding.
Submission 262, Otamatata Residents Association calling for update of the Otamatata urgent update of the master plan. I'm just wondering if you can find out what's changed there. I thought we recently did one, but wasn't aware of that. But
Brent online. Jason. Oh.
It's in the project list, so don't have to.
So 272 to 280 from Eric Pritchard to Ruby Dalton. Is everyone happy if we move on to the next chunk?
Just give me a moment to catch up.
Yep, no worries, no worries. Everyone happy for us to move to 281 to 290? So that's from Terry James Manera through to Rob Douglas. Everyone's happy, we could move on to 291, Shirley Fulton, through to 300, Nita Marion Forrester.
So
Councillor Hopkins.
Look, sorry, Madam Chair, just very briefly, whether it's picking up on 283, Jamie Lennon is not perhaps certainly not the only example of this, but talking at the end of his submission about young people being quite pissed off with the mess left to them, property owners in the Waitaki and almost everywhere else need to pay more in rates. Let's get on with it, but no wastage on vanity projects. One of the things that's come through is this, it's a mantra about vanity projects. I think we are entitled to ask people to actually tell us what they regard as a vanity project, because an awful lot of them haven't. And the other thing that I think we really need to do very, very clearly and effectively is actually explain debt, because I think people are genuinely misunderstanding what it is. Essentially, debt is very, Amanda can tell me if I'm wrong, but I would have thought that debt in essence is the same as depreciation. It's something that we actually repay on an annual basis, in part to ensure that there's intergenerational fairness about the use and benefits of the assets. And people seem to be entirely misunderstanding of what the debt is and how it is progressively and incrementally repaid. And there's clearly a massive communication issue that I think, need to actually address. Maybe local government New Zealand needs to address, because essentially debt and depreciation are two sides of the same coin, and both of them are about achieving equity over time.
Mr. Hope, or did you have any comment that you'd like to make?
Oh, I thought he directed that to Sniffles, but she doesn't have a microphone.
No microphone over there.
I told her to sit over there, that makes it even worse. You're perfectly correct, Councillor Hopkins. I mean, it's a way of spreading the very large investment in infrastructure that we need to make across those that can consume it. Very different from credit card debt or borrowing for a car or something like that. So, yeah, it's a nationwide issue. I mean, there's just a general, I suppose, lack of understanding about what councils do, what we're trying to achieve, and how we're funded. Certainly noticed, there's perhaps a bit more coverage of it every now and then on the sort of the news media. But yeah, it's something we just need to try and keep explaining to people.
Thank you, Mr. Hope. Councillor Blackler, and then Councillor Hopkins.
I was interested to read in submission 291 from Mrs. Fulton, the scenario outlaid in and around the impact that would be felt if water metering was implemented. So, I'm not sure if you have that in front of you, Mr. Hope, but there's a scenario here where 3 units are being fed off the same valve. So obviously through the process of instigating something like water metering, that issue would be resolved at the same time, presumably, in order to create fairness amongst the separate householders.
Yeah, that's correct. And I was actually in a discussion with my equivalents over at Central Otago last week, and they said, yeah, it's an issue that you really do need to be conscious of and address it appropriately at the time that you put in meters, not sort of kick the can down the road, because it just gets very difficult once you sort of get the system in place to then go back and try and separate out some of these connections. So yeah, it's certainly something we will be aware of when if the proposal to do metering is carried forward and we start planning for it.
Thank you, Mr. Hope. Councillor Hopkins.
I suppose I was just going to go thank Mr. Hope for his comments, and I just thinking it through. The only thing I would have added is simply that explaining why we have debt doesn't relieve us of the obligation to keep an eye on the annual impact of debt and debt repayment, because the more debt we incur, the greater the bill per year we have to actually repay. So, and I know that we've actually committed to revisiting the unbalanced budget issue as part of this long-term plan. So in theory, that may in and of itself have an impact on the annual repayment of debt.
Thank you, councillor Hopkins. Is there anything else up to submission number 300, Nita Marion Forrester? No. So then moving on, submission 301 to 310. So that is Te Whatu Ora to Jenny Donahue. Councillor Thompson.
Madam Chair, I would like to register in the strongest possible language, submission 301. No wonder the health service cannot handle the waiting lists and service the needs of the population when we obviously, as part of the health budget, have someone sitting in an office and making submissions to our plan, basically supporting everything that we're doing. It's a suck egg exercise, and is a totally frivolous waste of money on behalf of the taxpayer. I do, however, on an administrative note, say that they wish to be heard in respect of this submission, but I don't see them on the verbal list. So they obviously knew I was going to lose my nut.
Just noting, as well as their feedback on the topics that we were consulting on, they've also raised the issue of a smoke-free and vape-free policy, and highlighting that we do not appear to have one at the moment. Is that correct? We don't have an active smoke-free, vape-free policy? Councillor Hopkins?
They make the point that we don't have I don't think we have a smoke-free policy, but the submission does make the point that that is to say HNZ, understand, quote, that smoking is banned at council-sponsored events, playgrounds, sports grounds, and the Oamaru Public Gardens. And I think that's the position the council has taken to date as to the extent to which it's of a mind to go.
I guess just with the vaping becoming more common and changes to legislation, that's something that possibly could be considered. Councillor Linwood.
Thank you. Just jumping forward to submission 308, Judith said that she would like to see more of a youth presence on the council, and them getting involved. But I would just like to highlight that we do have a youth council who this year is going to be really involved with council.
Yes, we've got some good plans for the youth council this year in terms of their engagement with the full council. Anything else up to 310?
Well, just 304 very quickly. Do things like that specific request for the ceiling of a portion of that footpath. I mean, how do those things get on the list if indeed they are going to get on the list? I'm not suggesting that it necessarily should, but is there any process by which we actually take some of these particular and very specific requests? I noticed we've got a verbal request for Tutu Hill Road again, and a couple of others of a similar nature that I just think that even if there was some process by which they could automatically be incorporated in a ranking and assessment criteria.
So officers are preparing another list to bring to deliberations, preparing for the deliberations paper that has a list of all the requests from submitters that will have a financial implication, so that you can consider those requests at that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
just further to that, Madam Chair, I noticed there's one, from a ratepayer in Waihemo. Is there an opportunity to refer some of those issues, whether it be in Waihemo or Ahuriri, to the community boards?
Do you want to repeat?
So I'll,
Mr. Huck.
look, if essentially if this group doesn't sort of ask officers to actually take in a specific action on a submission, then not too much will happen other than they get a response.
Okay, so councillors, just bear that in mind as we're going through the different submissions. If there is something that you would like to see included, please raise that.
Madam Chair, also just 306, I would note, I think very pertinent comments about the aviary and the botanical gardens and the problems that it potentially creates for the birds. There's another submission earlier talking about or complaining about the 106,000 to demolish that aviary, but I do think that although not a lot of people have engaged on the matter, there is an ethical issue that obliges us to actually determine what we're going to do one way or the other.
Thank you, councillor Hopkins. Anything else up to submission 310, Jenny Donoghue? No, is everyone up to date on their iPads? We'll move on to submission 312 through to 320. So that's A. Selwood through to Maxine Schlack.
I think Damien McNamara's comment about the points.
Councillor Hopkins.
So, no, it's all right. I was just saying, like submission 315, I think Damien McNamara's comments about the points are interesting. Yep.
Councillor Hopkins.
No, sir.
It's not bad.
Is everyone keeping up? Any objections if we move to 321 to 330? So that's Vivian Tobin to Michael de Graaf. Councillor Blackburn.
I think you just in submission 325, I think under topic 7, it kind of tries to tie in the interrelationship that at least in my personal view there is between the question at hand around the holiday rentals question and where that kind of funds that were collected would be channeled towards. And I just note that, you know, up until what we've seen so far, there seems to be kind of two themes of at least of those that are in favour of that funds would either go towards tourism or go towards helping solve the housing issue for those in need. So, and I guess in terms of giving direction, and in my view, I think I'd find it quite helpful to have some further information about in our deliberations around what the yield of that kind of fee might be and how it would look practically speaking. yeah, what funds might be generated, a range from, you know, a heavy-handed approach to versus a soft approach, and then kind of use that to deliberate on whether or not it's a go or not, because obviously there'll be some costs incurred in house to yield any benefit from that approach.
Thank you, councillor Linwood. So that was in reference to submission 325, and we're going through to 330 at the moment.
Sorry, I just somehow managed to go right back to the start. You only have to touch the wrong.
Some of us are having some technical difficulties. Do you want to let me know when you're caught up, councillor Hopkins? So if we then move on to submission block 331 to 340. So that's Audrey, Marlene, Diapa, Finol to Elaine and Monks. Submission 332, also raising questions around a master plan for Kurau and some projects in that area, which we had raised earlier in the verbal submissions as well. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just want very quickly, 329. Again, there's I think it's Judith Stone. There's a reference to street bollard lighting and people at Ohau Village approaching EACB, the community board, to have that lighting installed. Is that budgeted, or is that programmed at all, or is that something within the board's purview, or would that be us that would have to decide that? I know that in the past there was a debate about low level lighting in Ohau that gave a dark sky effect, and that was decided by council, not by the community board.
Yeah, I don't believe that it's been brought forward as a project to council yet, but there are also conflicting requests on that bollards. There's two different groups with two different views on that from the Ohau community. So we'll hear from that from the Ohau Ariari community board when they bring it to us, but I don't believe it's been brought forward yet.
Would it be? I'm just trying to work it out. Does the board have an amenity fund for Ohau? Would lighting like that be a? I was under the impression that was a district-wide thing, and that's why it was decided by council in the past rather than the board itself.
Mr. Hope.
To add to street lighting or amenity lighting as an amenity project. So, yeah, it's a bit like footpaths and stormwater. Once it's created, the district covers it, but to actually get in addition to the work requires the individual communities to come forward with a project, and that gets funded out of the amenity rate.
Yes, there's some wildlife escape.
Bless you, Ms. McIntosh. Okay, so we are in the block 331 to 340. Just noting submission 334, Vivian Smith Campbell's comments around concerns about the length of time waiting to take Alps to Ocean cyclists off Lake Oho Road, given the amount of traffic on that road and the increasing number of cyclists. Councillor Blacklow.
Thank you. Submission number 333, Mr. Cameron is reference to the need for some attention to stormwater in Omarama. I'm just wondering if we can alert them to a project that's already underway, or is that too vague? Do we need to do further investigation into what that specific issue might be and make sure that it's being addressed?
Mr. Hope.
Look, we'll have a look at that and just check it against the submission and provide some clarity to the submitter.
Councillor Blackfire, sorry.
Just noting submission number 335, Dr. Hicks submission, and I guess qualified submission in favour of our approach to supporting the geopark from a UNESCO perspective.
Is there anything else up to submission 340? Councillor Hopkins?
No.
No? Okay. So moving on to submission 341, Yvonne Mary Jones through to 350, Karen Lawrence. Noting in 343 comments around review of safety for penguins outside of the colony, such as speed bumps, less open ground for them to have to dodge cars, etc. Councillor Hopkins, you got your finger
Yeah,
on your buzzer.
I was just, again, it's probably more a general comment in terms of communication with the public generally, but I noticed submitter 340 talks about, it was wrong to dig such a big hole in Beach Road. I'm not sure how many people actually realise this was a fly tipping site. There was never an official council rubbish dump. That it was an unknown number of years ago that an unknown number of people chucked an unknown amount of garbage in there. And it's a bit like a doctor saying, we need to open you up to see the magnitude of the problem inside you. There's no way we were going to know what was there until we dug the hole. And the difficulty, I don't think people fully appreciate that this is a problem that current generation is dealing with, but it was never an official rubbish dump site. And it was never a site that the council monitored or knew the extent of. And everything that I see in the submissions tells me that people don't understand that either.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Councillor Blackfire.
Submission number 345, Karen Lawrence on behalf of the DDDA. It was pleasing to see the paragraph in the attached letter kind of setting out, clearly what the role of the geopark is, and as a kind of umbrella organisation, and right through from the geology through to the arrival of Māori as quoted in their letter in the story, right through to early settlers and the shipments of frozen meat, etc. I think it encapsulates what the geopark and geotourism represents. So it's pleasing to see that.
Thanks, councillor Bricklow. Councillor McCone.
I would just like to endorse what Tim said, and I think that should be recognised in further things on how we organise the whole system and pull it all together under one umbrella. I think that's, you tie the whole lot together and it works.
Councillor Thompson.
I am sort of jumping ahead, but it's the same submitter on 350 where she submits on her own behalf. And it's interesting to see someone who's obviously immersed in what the geopark can achieve, also perceivably being very realistic when she said that it is concerning to see how much funding from our rates, and yet the success of the geopark relies heavily on volunteers. Surely the business case should have been established before applying for UNESCO approval. To me, it's a note of caution, and it's something that we're going to have to wrestle with. Is how much longer the geopark can walk the tightrope without falling off or possibly being pushed.
Thank you, councillor Thompson. Councillor Blackler.
Thank you. I guess in terms of what that kind of crystallises in for actions forward from here, it would be good to kind of understand if there's any kind of duplication or kind of parallel entities kind of, essentially trying to achieve the same thing throughout this plan of the various projects and support streams we have listed. And it would be interesting if officers might come back to us with a list of those both external and kind of internal mechanisms we have in and around tourism, and do we see an opportunity for kind of pulling some stuff together and perhaps making better use of the ratepayer funding and the way we support things.
Mr. Hope, did you have your finger on your button?
I'll suggest something else, but I think we are looking at bringing forward sort of a complete list of all of the organisations council is directly or indirectly supporting, and I think that would be a good starting point to just say, oh, actually, there might be some synergies there. I think it also goes back to the ED strategy. That was a recognised piece of that yes, it does need, all the pieces need to be pulling in the same direction to really get maximum effect from your spending. So I suppose that this part can form part of the discussion because that was a consultation item.
So will that list kind of set out alongside the list? Will it have a kind of summary of the key deliverables of each funding stream, so that we can directly see, hey, these two would be better aligned together, or something's got to give here, etc.
I think most will be pretty obvious, and I think if there's any that you'd like a bit more information on when you see the list, I think we'll be able to provide that on the day. Most of them, it's something like the Waitaki Resource Recovery Trust. It's like, well, it's easy to understand what it's trying to achieve. I think probably that the ones where it is a bit less clear are some of the ones that we've heard from. So it's like the sort of potential overlap of sort of the geopark, the Oamaru Whitestone Civic Trust. I think having the discussion at that stage might be useful rather than us trying to list out or provide the service agreements, because they may not be achieving what you want to. So I think having maybe a bit of a clean sheet discussion about it would be useful. All I was going to suggest was maybe just a 1 or 2 minute break. I think people are See if you stretch.
We're almost at the end. No, so 2:30 we'll wrap up these and move on to the DCs until 2:45, and then we'll be done. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, 347, I'm just wondering if officers can tell us, I noticed topic 3, Dan Denny talks about the bulbous curbing on Thames Street seems to be a contributor to flooding around driveways and shops near Waitaki Girls. Is that a factor that we've identified, that this curbing is contributing to flooding in that area? And is that curbing ours, or is that Transit New Zealand that would have done that if it's on the state highway?
Mr. Hope.
No, I haven't heard of that issue raised before, so I can't give you an answer to it. Yeah, some of these things will turn into CRMs, and that sort of seems like a good one to throw into that basket.
Thank you. So if we move on to 351, Karen Rutherford, through to 360, Kay Lawson. Just another reminder in this block of submissions for us to be conscious of those who are on fixed incomes and the budgets that they are working within at the moment when there are increases in rates, insurance, electricity, etc., for us to be mindful of. Any objections to moving on to 361 to 370? Councillor Beckler.
Sorry, just 359. I've noticed this question come up a couple of times throughout, and it's regarding the council accommodation line item in the projects listing. 2.8 million. There's a few people kind of questioning what that comprises, and wanting a bit of further scrutiny on that, I guess. So, Mr. Palmer, are you able to shed any light on that at this stage, or?
It's a line item in the budget. It's not got a detailed costing behind it at this stage. That's been worked on. So it's been in the LTP of current LTP for some time. So I don't know why that figure was chosen, because that's before my time.
So throughout this process, would we be able to get a little bit of clarity around what's the base level assumptions have been to get there, and if that's still current and realistic post transformation, or if there's a revised number that should be going in?
There's work going on to put together what are the options and potential costings, which is separate from this process as part of the transformation process, to look at how we could consolidate onto a smaller footprint and improve access to the council chamber and the like. So that's outside of the LTP that's happening as part of transformation.
Yes, but would that if that work's going on, would that mean the 2.8 still remains relevant, or should be reviewed?
When we've got the costings, we can review whether it's still relevant or not. I don't have the costings at this stage. That's what's being worked on at the moment.
Okay, so we've just hit 2:30. So, and is there anything more that anyone wants to discuss up to submission 360? Otherwise, we will park things there until tomorrow for non-verbal submissions. And we will move back to DCs. Councillor Hopkins.
I'm just gonna, flagging that I'll just briefly want to perhaps offer the comment on Ewan McGregor's fees and charges reference in topic 10, that which is submission number 358. And there's also another one just talking about guaranteed access to the Old Bones Lodge. And I do think there are, whatever the future of Beach Road is, there are equity issues for the properties that are currently requiring independence upon access on sections of that road. I just flag that whatever we decide, that the particular needs of those particular people needs to be a key consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Right, so, Councillor Blackler, sorry.
Just one on number 360 under topic 9. Any comments on projects we have planned? Project number 4583. The submitter, Mrs. Lawson, is just asking about the Oho oxidation pond, and this seems to be, from what's written here, an understanding of what's in place. I was just wondering if the team could look into that query and just validate it or explain the rationale behind why the suggested approach written here wouldn't be appropriate.
Mr. Hope, did you hear? No? Okay. Okay.
Very technical.
Excellent. All right, so then if I can direct everyone back to the 2025 policy on development contributions and financial contributions submission booklet, which is one of the earlier documents in Convene.
Page 10, I think.
Page 10, yes. There's 5 submissions to consider here. Councillor Holding.
It's come up through the submissions in here. Simon Berry's the first submission there about DCs possibly stifling business growth. And he goes on to say about other councils around the country that don't have them for business. And it's come up through, I think, 2 other ones, the long-term plan submissions from Business South and maybe one other. So Mandy, if it would be good for the committee, especially for the newer ones on there, as what are the risks or benefits to that to Waitaki, or has it been explored?
Perhaps an opportunity as well to look at some of the policies that other councils have in place. I mean, we're talking about, I guess, that mentions what other councils are doing. And Simon Berry's submission. Councillor Blackler.
Just on that one, Mr. Hope, I thought at one of the full council meetings we had, I think I asked the question about whether or not development contributions accounted for the full cost of growth, and you answered that generally they don't because of various case law and the way the calculation method's adopted.
Yeah, the calculation method is very prescribed both through the legislation and through a couple of court decisions. So, yeah, essentially you can attribute a certain amount of funding, especially when we mostly do mixed projects. So it's like, some councils it's easier. It's like, oh, we're just building a whole new thing, and that's very easy to allocate that against development contributions. Whereas pretty much everything we do is part renewal, part a wee bit of improvement in service, and then an allowance for growth. So how you make those sort of allocations is quite prescribed. So I don't think we can sort of say it wouldn't cover 100%, but it covers what is allowable under both case law and the Act. probably just the general comment on DCs, you know, with the changes that are being looked at water, the announcements from the government, these actually have probably a very short lifespan from now on. So I think it's, you know, it's, I suppose I would advise against a whole lot of work on these. You know, they've worked effectively. I think we've had a number of revisions to the policy. There's been a limited number of objections over the past 2.5 years. So I think that's why it's a pretty light review of this policy, just because of all of those factors. And yet, if a CCO was established, they would take over responsibility for the two biggest income streams that go through the development contribution policy. So I think another discussion about the place of financial contributions and the roading development contribution. So I suppose it's almost consider these submissions sort of in that light of they've probably got a very limited life in terms of a council funding stream.
Thank you, Mr. Hope. Were there any other questions or comments on Mr. Berry's submission? Councillor Hopkins.
Well, yeah, I'm dealing with his and also with, I think, Mike Baker. I would be really interested to know if Mike Baker is actually speaking for Business South. I was very surprised that that their position was as binary or as absolute as that, because basically Mike Baker's submission essentially absolutely replicates Simon Berry's. It would be useful for us to know what other councils might exempt businesses generally. There are issues of deemed credits that would apply in the case of a number of businesses expanding. And also, I think some of the DC issues can be addressed, especially things like water. I know one of the decisions we made with regard to business development was that the water DC would effectively be captured by the increased metering charges. I'm not sure if we actually increased the cubic meter charge as a way of doing it, or whether we simply said they're going to be consuming more water, so they'll pay for it that way. But the other comment I would make is, can somebody disabuse Craig Gibson? He says we haven't even got a recycle collection or town bus, etc., that we have been paying for since I can remember. Well, his memory's obviously playing tricks with them because we haven't been paying for either because we haven't had them. And I think it should be politely pointed out to him that is the case.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Were there any other, do we want to go through one by one, or are there any other comments, questions that people have on either Mr. Henderson, Ms. Schultz, Mr. Gibson, or Mr. Collins' submissions?
Oh, my comment, sorry, I should make it.
Is there anything else that you need from us in that space? Late submissions. Yes, right. What page am I going to now? Okay, so we'll move.
Sorry, Madam Chair, there was one question I was going to ask.
Yes, Councillor.
I don't think we have a policy. Do we have a policy? I know we were going to make some remissions for community housing and so on. I noticed Mr. Henderson proposes a remission on any establishment providing care beds, provided that the proposal stands up socially and commercially. We don't have such a provision, do we, or do we? I don't think we do. Don't?
Yeah, that's what's been proposed.
Oh, right. It is. Okay.
Right, and then jumping around a little bit, we're moving to the late submissions, which is, if you just keep scrolling, you'll get there eventually. Starting with 657 Ailey Roche, page 3 of 2,740. So we've got Hayley Roche, DT Roche, Margaret Jameson, Alice Langley, and that's the late submissions. everyone, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I would just note, Margaret Jemson's, submission. And it mirrors a number of other people who have been negative about the trial, at the south end of Thames Street. I was, quite heartened this morning to hear, CCS actually inviting us to come and share an ice cream, and they were really positive about what that, adaptation of space has done for that community. So I just flag the fact that there is perhaps an underexpressed view in the community, or in some parts of the community, as to the benefits of that particular trial, which is, we all know, a trial only.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Right, anything else on the late submissions before we wrap up for the day? No? Is there anything else that?
During the meeting.
Okay, in that case, it is 2:42 PM. I will adjourn the meeting, and we will get going again tomorrow morning.
We start at 9:30 just for hell.
Excellent. Thank you all for watching online, and those who have come in to submit in person, and who have made a submission and been involved in this process. Is that everything I need to do?
That's it.